do it. I'm ready for adventures, guys.
I'm so ready to figure out who was.
Yeah.
The bad guy, yeah. Who is that guy?
I don't know.
Why is he here?
That's interesting. That's an interesting question. Oh, well, my doorbell's ringing. I'll be right back.
Perfect timing.
Themselves.
Crazy. Why, yes, I did set up my entire stream right next to the coffee machine.
Oh, brilliant.
Convenient.
I'll be right back.
Convenient. Speaking of which,
You guys all on the West Coast?
yeah.
Okay. Because it's 1 p.m. for me now.
Lucky.
Ah. Just means I've been working all morning and now get a little D&D break, so.
True.
It's like,
Yeah, then
honestly,
you don't
that
have
kind of
to, I think it sucks every time I have to go into work after like 4 hours of D&D, and I'm like, man, I don't want to be here.
break. Right? I just want to be doing cool adventure shit.
All right. Oh, no, they're gone.
Oh yeah, and I'll be gone for a second too. I'm gonna grab a drink because I wasn't smart.
Yeah.
Remember the coffee maker?
Get all situated. I probably am going to have to grab I think I have some water I'll probably need. So, yeah. If you need anything?
Stay hydrated.
The left ear to monitor. And now I should hear you guys. Stereo.
Cool.
Sounds weird. Something's. There are more than one music sources playing at once.
You guys have a great week.
Yeah.
Yeah. A real good week.
It's a strong word, but you know, it's going.
I'm glad to at least hear that.
I did things.
It's still.
I ain't gonna lie, I've been jazzing over last week. I'm so happy that it went so well, and everyone seemed like they had a great time. And it was like I got to end on a villain monologue. I was like, that's fun.
You left us in suspense for a whole week, and I'm not okay.
That's
good.
D&D.
So good though.
I feel extra bad for the first few people I tested this campaign on because it was such a crapshoot, and like the first group, I let them all do level 12, and I gave them 0 restrictions. I'm like, have at it, and they all proceeded to break the fucking game. And they started throwing like so much shit at me. I was like, oh wow, well, I guess old Nan is gonna have some fucking demons fighting with her, you know, something to balance this out. But
Well, that's what playtesting's for.
yeah.
Yes.
Like the first time I ever used a beholder, I nerfed it way too much. Because I was worried. I'm like, okay, beholder, this party's like a little low level, but we're gonna try it. I'm just gonna nerf it. Too much. The druid summoned a moose that managed to hit it with an antler attack, and when they hit it with an antler attack and it fails a strength save, it falls prone, and then it gets 2 hoof attacks automatically.
Which are auto.
Those are bucks.
Sorry.
Yep. So the moose destroyed my beholder very quickly.
You done got moosed.
A moose. Like, as a Vermonter, it feels fitting, and I appreciate the fact that we are respecting how dangerous moose are, but like, did it really have to happen that way? Well, I think I have to my camera.
Maybe the holder was killed by a moose.
How dare. I also forgot, I just completely forgot that the anti-magic cone existed and stopped moving it around.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Sometimes I do.
In one campaign, me and my friends were able to cast like hold person on the right duplicate, and we got the BBEG real early.
Yeah.
And then he just kept failing saves to get out of the hold, and so we just kept eating him up.
Sure.
Radical.
I'm just saying that, like, all right, I guess this is happening.
Right?
Fine,
It's like,
fine.
We're here.
So, everything good, Rich?
Yeah, so I'm just making some coffee. One sec.
All right. Okay. But you can hear me all right, right?
Yeah, I can hear everything fine. Everything's good on my.
All right, cool. I can start with a little recap.
Oh yeah, the preamble, please.
Last we left our adventurers, you had narrowly bested the wraiths over in the Lomér Road, and as you continue traveling, hoping to find some area of rest, as our Larcanus was in worse shape from taking a full-on strike from a wraith, you happen upon an old companion, Zul, orc who has defended you guys during your time in Mother's Love, now without his team and surrounded by a familiar orc. You decided to intercede on the possible homicide and fought with Zul. Not only did you best Lakka, you let him live after slaughtering the rest of his team. After the slaughter, Jago discovered that he was holding some a potion of rage, a common drug in Lomér and a very popular cheat drug for the games. After
guy was juicing.
Not during that fight. Upon your travels, you finally reached Father's Resolve and confronted Nanfreet, and in her full-on old Nan form, splitting her personalities into a covenant. Upon defeating her, met another mysterious stranger, dark-skinned man who just not only personified power, but gave you all the natural fear of death. He dissipated into nothing, the clouds broke, and it seems like that popular humid air that Lomér is known for is now actually encompassing the life around it. What would you like to do?
I'd like to see if I recognize who that guy was from any of the island's lore or like religious traditions.
Give me a history check.
17.
17. You know that ancient tradition in Lomér, the Tieflings did worship a popular chaotic god, whose name has completely left my mind after I said it like 50 times before. So I apologize for this little complete brain fart. And we're gonna say, not right now, but you know the name as I look it up. Sorry, DM brain fart.
You're good.
And so you remember this ancient lore history, and 17. You know she had an avatar, a personification of an entity that was gifted this power. But you don't. I mean, that's all you know. You know, again, you left 10 years ago. You as far as ancient religion, that was actually more something your mom knew more about. But you know that what you do also know is that there is a library down by Champion's Way. And Talona. is the name of the god that was worshipped. Old god that was
And Talona?
Talona.
Talona, okay. Well, then I say, I think that was a god. Yeah?
Well, I don't know of any regular people who can dissipate like that.
I know a couple.
Well, I don't really want to cross swords with that guy. What do you guys think we should do?
I think he looks like the top that could go to be bargained with.
I'm not sure how much of a
see
choice
what-
we've got.
Hey,
Jago,
Doggo, I am
what's going on
curious
there with
though.
that? Yeah, I was gonna ask the same question. What's going on with this pendant?
oh, this thing here. So long ago, an artifact was stolen from my tribe called the Hemoglobe. And I've traced it finally back here, and I believe that man is the man who stole that there.
So it was stolen by a god? Boy, your tribe's not very lucky.
Does it do anything?
That's the mystery.
Wait, the mystery is if it does anything or not.
I don't know. I've just been tasked myself with finding it and bringing back the honor to my tribe.
A noble mission.
Right? That's something I can understand.
Speaking of noble missions, I think it's about time that we regained our footing on our own mission. We did retake Father's Reach. I feel that we've deserved a rest. Our friend Larcanus here may agree, given that he's not looking so well. Once again, the raids seem to be taking a toll.
I'm definitely traumatized. Definitely traumatized.
What time of
Don't
day
worry,
is it?
my friend.
It's about middle of the day. You guys actually fought Onan fairly early. You woke up, you got situated, and then you only traveled for about another 2 hours. So it's fairly early. It's fairly midday, like about 11 a.m. going to noon.
Does anybody have any means of contacting anyone in town?
I don't, unfortunately.
Me either. I knew I should have got a falcon. Or pigeon, perhaps.
Will we be able to make like smoke
Oh,
signals?
we do need to get back into town for the games because that's still something that we're doing now that we have, I'm assuming, qualified.
Also, we bring proof of the victory, and then we hike as long as we can, and then we'll just camp out wherever we have to need to.
Yeah,
Certainly.
I'm on board with that.
All right, I'll follow your lead.
Works.
Alrighty.
Unless Laconis wants to rest first, and then we head out.
Can you guys hear him, or is it just me who can't?
I can't hear him.
Can't hear him.
Me?
No, Sean.
No.
Oh, you guys can't hear me?
Oh, I can hear you better now.
Again, I just
Oh,
got
I
the
can't, so I'm gonna refresh.
Okay. Let's see.
Saga just kind of messing with her shoe right now. She's trying to get it all together.
Oh, Sean, I can see you. This is great.
Oh, hey. Hi.
Hi. Okay, I can hear and see everybody.
Awesome.
Okay, cool.
So, do you guys head out or?
Larcanus, did you need a quick rest before we head out, or are you all right to start trekking a bit?
Yeah, I would, man, I don't want to hold anybody up, but I mean, you know, I got 14.
We'll keep you safe, friend.
I could trek it a little bit, you know?
Well, and also, isn't 14 your max until you take a long rest at this point because of the wraiths?
Yeah.
Not gaining much from a short rest.
Jago.
That's why. Yeah.
I do believe I am rather injured at about 8 health.
Oh,
Oh wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jago.
Oh jeez.
Just
I
realised.
need you in the Seekers chat real quick.
ooh.
Oh boy, secrets. Secrets are happening behind our back rings.
Oh,
I would-
what?
It's
I would-
exciting.
I would send the bot over there, but I'm not 100% sure that I would be able to avoid spoilers. I don't want to accidentally inform myself of secrets.
This is fair. Well, the audience
not
can be
quite
just
there.
as surprised as we are.
Yeah, everyone will be in the dark except for. I think it'd be better if the audience knew what was happening in the secrets, but I'm not quite there
Definitely.
yet. I have to test that someday.
I like
Also, I'm
surprises.
controlling the stream remotely, so it's a little trickier.
Oh, Athena, can we not step on the laptop, please?
Why isn't he not? Oh, there.
Oh,
Oh.
secrets are
Oh, cat.
okay, kitty. So, given that Jago is gravely injured and that Larcanus can't really do any healing without a long rest, we have to decide whether or not we want to try and make our way into town. We do have potions which can get Jago up and running, and maybe we could use that and we'll protect Larcanus as we make our way back. Because
Okay, Saga is definitely to get back and figure out who the heck that guy was.
yeah.
Sure.
I'm motivated to get out of this shithole because it's disgusting here, and I don't really take to it.
Hey, this is my home. Have some respect.
Someday it will be beautiful. Right now, Saga, it is not that.
Yeah.
Fix her up, all right?
I agree. I don't think it'll be bad. It just isn't. It isn't good yet.
It's pretty successful.
Oh, I didn't know he was at 8.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, I had to check on myself. The lightning resistance really came in clutch last time. I'm still only 19 away from full.
Yeah, I took a couple of hits, it looks like. I wasn't here, if you don't remember. So I missed a little bit of the action. I did have you guys, I was listening in, but I did not have full knowledge of what was
Yeah,
occurring.
well, Eric isn't forgetting to like parry or whatever it is, your superiority thing that is that you do.
Yeah, I have superiority dice for it gives me the ability to dodge after I take a hit, and it also gives me the ability to counterattack if my opponent misses. And I also have lucky dice that I can use to add to my AC if something happens. I basically get to re-roll defensive rolls. Also, I think attack rolls. But I only get a few of those per long rest. It's pretty sweet. Fighters are cool.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
a barbarian for the campaign. It's a barbarian rogue multiclass. I got a quick dip into fighter just to get a fighting style and action surge.
Awesome. Yeah, I love this. I would definitely like. I don't really understand, so I'm pretty new to D&D. So I don't really understand like
Same.
how the specs work, right? So I kind of built this character around the rapier, like full finesse, right? Given that that's like the style that I was going for. But yeah, I'd be interested to see where a character like this can go if you can like add multiple specs, like get a couple rogue points in there and like start doing weird stuff. But
I
yeah,
feel like you do really well with rogue. You get a couple points of rogue and melee because you'd be able to get sneak attack damage on them.
right. And that would be
I do. I'm curious because I've not asked Eric how much XP we've gained from any of this yet.
Yeah, me too. I was thinking
Valid.
maybe,
Level.
yeah, I was thinking maybe he might be keeping us locked at 8. Like
I'm wondering if
yeah, because the campaign might be balanced around level 8s at this point.
Yeah.
Like, so if we start leveling up, it's like, you know, it takes a lot of time to. I understand. Kind of on rails here. I'm gonna get some oat milk. Boy, they sure got some long secrets.
Big secrets. Huge secrets.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, guys. Secrets.
I cannot
the
see
size of
anything.
your head. You can't see into what?
Jago just cracks his back a little bit, stands up a little taller. He's like, I guess I could go a little bit of ways if we want to just go march it a little bit.
All right.
You
Well,
sure?
it seems like
Wait. Did we agree to go back to town?
I think we're still working on that.
not exactly. Yeah, we're still in discussions here. But I think that we will do just fine making our way back. We do still have potions that we haven't used. We do have quite a formidable team here, I would imagine. So should we get ambushed on the way back, we'll probably be fine. But I'm all right with resting if you guys want to.
Up to Jago. If they want me to get a healer's kit when we get back to town, I feel like we're gonna need one.
Yeah, I just have these empty alchemist supplies and a bunch of just like you see beakers just fall out. Don't know what to do, but I found them on a bottle once. If you, I can march on a little ways. I trust you guys in combat. So far, I can see that we are going to be a good team. So if you want to proceed, I am cool with it.
Okay. As you guys venture on, going back the way you came, go ahead and someone give me a survival check. Wherever, like you guys can do a group one or wherever's like leading the way back.
I have a plus.
I'm decent at
I got a
that.
+5 in survival.
I got a +4.
Okay.
21 from me.
Okay.
Yeah, she had a really good one. Let's say I just didn't roll.
Yeah. You're fine. You're fine. If anyone rolled over 20, you guys know the way back. It's, wasn't too complicated as this was a main city. There's a main road, overgrown, but a main road. As you guys venture on, about an hour, 2 hours pass, and you notice a carriage coming your way.
All right. Well, does anybody recognize this carriage?
All can give me perception checks if you want to get a closer look, or
I got a
20 for me.
16.
okay. 20 for you, 16. You see that they're along the path. They're coming along the way. You see a driver, and in the middle, side by side to him, is one orc and one tiefling, and all very well decorated. Outside the driver, who looks like he's working, and you recognize the coloring saga, and the texture is more of one of those official, carriages, very long, wide, can hold a variety of people. You see the guards use it quite often when they're traversing the towns. As it approaches, it holds their hand. The driver holds their hand up in a very, hey. As they approach, the tiefling on the right and the orc on the left get down, and as they approach you, you see that actually, you guys remember, it wasn't that long ago. These are the two individuals who were announcing the qualifiers. And Saga, as you get a closer look at them, go ahead and give me a history check.
All right. 9.
9? They look important. Yeah, it's like, yeah. And the tiefling approaches. As you get a closer look, his garb is immaculate. He's a red tiefling with very long horns. I will drop him in the chat now.
You know what they say, the longer the horns.
NPC.
How does the rest of that go? The shorter the temper?
I don't know. I haven't.
No, it's the shorter the tiefling, the shorter the temper, says the very small barbarian next to you.
And next to him is the orc. And Dimitri. I am on the council of Lomér. I am the conductor of the games. We sense what you have done, so we are here to finish the work and bring life back. But we have a few questions. I care not how you actually killed old Nan. Congratulations on that. I'm sure you'll do quite well in the games. But in your battle with her, did you find any indication on what granted her such power?
So, my character.
I do a quick insight check on this guy to see what sort of vibe I'm getting before I start spilling my guts.
Sure.
Connor can't help stopping his head from turning to Jago over and over again as he waits for the conversation to resolve in the background.
It's just a 10 on insight.
A 10? Honestly, he just looks like official. You know, just you can't really get a read on him. He looks very to-do. I mean, he sounded like he was legitly happy that you guys did. He's not bullshitting that part, that he's happy that you guys killed old man and bring life back and what he's doing here. As far as intentions or implications, he's too monotone to really gauge anything.
Okay. I say, well, I'm not very well versed in magical powers, as you can see. I'm a fighter. She sort of gestures to her axe. I feel like maybe it was divine in nature. There was a figure who appeared after the fight. Seemed pretty godly to me, but I don't really know more than that. I'm sorry.
I do think it was the opposite of divine, as in hellish, because the dude came out, he was very smooth talking, but as someone who does deal with darker magic, it did seem more on that side.
Right. The old orc man, approaches with magic. What kind magic?
But what kind of magic am I versed in is blood magic. You can see here, these scars here, they power me.
Yes. Nan Freak should not know how to use. She is. And he just kind of scoffs and then just starts speaking in Orcish because he doesn't like just can't deal with it. Nan Freak was a strong herbalist. She had mild magical abilities. She should not have been able to best countless fighters. What granted her such domination?
Connor looks at Jago.
I try to respond in my very broken orc. Go ahead, Connor, sorry.
I just keep looking at Jago and then looking our interrogators.
I respond in very broken orcish. Very strong. Not herbalist. Through lightning was 3.
Did she have anything?
I also look at Jago now.
And Dimitri and Baku walk towards you.
She had absolutely nothing that belonged to her.
Well, that settles it. Well, we're going to be on our way. Thank you guys so much. Honestly, we appreciate having taken back Father's Reach for you. We are so excited for you guys to be able to reclaim your land, and we're just gonna get back to what we need to get back to. You know, we're just, you know us. We're just guys.
I'm excited for the games. Be on the lookout for very smooth-talking gentlemen who might want to make you deal with darker magic than you want. And beyond today.
Dimitri and Baku look at each other. And they just stare directly at each other. And they start giving nods and winks. And like they're having a whole conversation without... And Dimitri... Congratulations on surviving. we'll be in touch. And gestures, and you see the cart in the back open, and another guard, but they are a little bit more decoratively dressed than the orc soldiers you see walking around. These are mages, clearly. And as they get out of the carts, and they walk past you guys as they're going deeper into Father's Resolve, and all the way in the back, you see a familiar caravan with a very familiar half-orc, half-tiefling, girl trying to see if she can see past everyone, but kind of stopped from all the previous carts. As you guys have had this conversation, more officials have come. All mages, seems like they are starting to scatter out into the farmlands that have been abandoned and the trees that have dried up. Enjoy the ride back. I believe there's a carriage back there.
Yippee!
Spot Tara's carriage, and I go sort of walking towards it as quickly as I can, wanting to not be in the middle of this uncomfortable situation anymore.
Oh, look, it is our friends. We are going.
I put a hand on our Arcanus's back and say, "Well, this is a very fun backseat we found ourselves in, isn't it, friend?"
Fun's an interesting way to describe it.
We're gonna follow along.
Alrighty. As you guys approach, Tara in the front, the second she catches eyes, it's like, "Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fucking Mars love! That's how we fucking roll!" And she's just shouting at the guards who are passing by. "What have you done lately, huh? You didn't do shit. That's why." And just your personal cheerleader, and just like all the guards, like she's just razzing them, each one passing by, and they're just like, you see them like cursing under their breath because they're working. Like,
So I'm gonna whisper to Tara under my breath. I was like, in Orcish, I'll say, "Is this what you meant by respect?" I'd rather not get on the wrong side of these guys, at least today. We need to go back.
I give her a big hug, and I just the mood's really infectious at this point, and I'm starting to feel sort of the levity of what we did rather than the gravity of, oh shit, who is this angry god who's just appeared in front of us? And so I kind of get in on it a little bit. I'm like, we did it! We took her down!
what? She couldn't handle mother's love. She can't handle it. Oh yeah, get on in. We're partying.
I jump on the carriage.
Yep,
Did I
I'm in.
have a party? I head on in.
As the giant elk turns and makes a wide berth to head back down the road, and as she's trying, she's like, "Okay, what happened? Tell me everything." As she's journaling around, you guys can role play, or you can just say you told her.
Tara, you're never gonna believe it. She split into 3 of herself.
Fuck.
There was lightning everywhere, and you know how I am with lightning, right?
Oh yeah. You lit her up.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
You did. Yeah, you did. And what did you do, Larcanus? What did you do?
I punched a witch. Right in the face.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Okay.
Look at Brewhall.
He's being modest. He packs a hell of a punch.
Oh yeah, you look like you would. Yeah.
You know, I did want to say that we did come across a particular orc while we were out in the wilderness. Azul, do you recall this? Do you know this orc?
She starts paying attention to you about halfway through after she was just eyebaying Larcanus, and she's like, oh, yeah, that asshole, Laka or Zul? I know
Zul. Yeah, well,
Zul. Yeah,
Laka you might have seen as well, but
they both came back.
yeah.
They both came back recently. Laka just grabbed his entrance and left. I don't know where Zul got the royal treatment. He honestly, he didn't seem like he was up for it. You know, he came back alone, so you know, he had an arch griffin head with him and like multiple claws, you know, multiple talents. So it seemed like it was a whole family. And but they're very grateful. That arch griffin killed a few, you know, wayward kids. So you know, he got the royal treatment, but he definitely wasn't in the mood. I don't know where he is now.
If they hunt people who kill wayward kids, we better not talk about another fight we had.
But what?
I'm just saying, those toddlers we fought, not as impressive.
You killed
Sarah,
Tom?
we fought Lucka's crew. We fought them on the way there. They were ambushing Zool. Assholes. They had potions of sleep with them.
Yeah, that.
Right?
Oh. Okay. No. All right. Okay. I'm gonna do something about that. All right.
He ran off scared in the end after I cleaved one of his friends in half.
Damn right. You did. Fucking asshole.
But
Oh.
maybe there are no cowards in my realm. I'll tell you that much.
And
Taste the man.
Jago does not take well to routers.
as you guys.
We let him get away as an example.
Oh, badass. That's badass right there.
You know what?
As you guys approach Mother's Love, you're seeing, actually what you see in the actual first things you see is a line of different bards. Some of the ones you saw performing the previous night, and they're all kind of lined up, and you see a guard reading a doctrine as you pass by. Like, by Lomér decree, you are hereby conscripted to join the guard to Father's Resolve, and if you have the ability to use your bardic skills to do plant growth, you are now, for the next 2 days, licensed to do that. You can either do this or go home. You will no longer be permitted to stay in Lomér unless you assist. And you see the bards like nodding along and following down the path as you see a couple
druids not apply apparently.
Not a whole lot of druids during the Lomerian games. But you can, because they of course cannot take away combatants. So that's is more popular to just grab a bard. And as you guys approach in, you see a little crowd already. You hear some music playing, and from some of the taverns, like just makeshift hoorays and jovial congratulations. People are throwing roses at you, and like some people are running up with big bowls of fruit to like freshly pick, and as they're laying it in the caravan as you guys move along, and just more roses given, no money, but it's yeah. But like just the hero's welcome. Everyone, you see Varric, you know, crouched down in front of his tavern, just smiling. He's clapping big for a. Give me a perception check, Saga.
Cool. Hold on, let me see what my modifier is, but that's not good regardless. That's a 6.
A 6. All right.
Yep.
You don't see anything.
I'm gonna take a look around in the crowd for the faces that are not happy to see us.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check.
That would be a perception 18.
18. You look over way in the back, where actually what you see is people working. You know, you see some of the people who are working in some of the shops and everything. You catch like 2 of the orcs, younger orc men, just kind of like rolling their eyes as everyone's like giving you a big to-do, but they're dwarf in comparison, but like easily 100 people total, all mixed orcs, tieflings, a few humans, but the town has come, both sides of the town, both orc and tiefling have come out to congratulate you guys. Some of the percussions you're hearing are traditional orc drums, and but you see a few, like a handful, no more than a handful of people just kind of snickering at you.
Cool. So I take the opportunity to shout in Orcish and lift up my weapon above my head and shout, "We've retaken what was once belonging to us."
Give me a.
I hear this. I hear this, and I go, "It never belonged to them."
That'd be a 20.
That'll be a 20. They give you a decent drum bit with it.
All right.
Because they're happy you survived. Like they're happy you survived, but they're more happy that they have a little. This is a welcoming for Father's love, Father's resolve, not the orc stronghold.
I got Connor, hold up your other armor and try it again.
How about you give it a try, friend? Unless, of course, you're not doing as well as you look like you are.
No, I'm not.
As she settles in the elf, and she gets off. There's a young orc boy runs up to who was sitting. Well, Saga, you were sitting next to Tara, and he kind of gets up and he hands you a letter.
I take the letter, give the kid a really confused smile, and go, "Careful, this carriage is still moving."
He kind of just
so I guess I open the letter. Oh, don't ask Saga to babysit. Horrible idea.
Who needs a carrier pigeon when you got these little kids just running around, just tossing notes at each other?
Yeah, I guess I look at the letter, see if I can see like if there's text on the outside before I open it up.
It says it says in the front Craven, and to the newly sponsored qualifiers. And
I wave the letter to the guys. I'm like, "I think this is good news. I think this is funding."
Yes.
Well, it's definitely better than fruit.
All right, do you open it? Okay. As you open the letter, it reads that upon official sponsorship, you will be permitted to all participate in the group melee and additional competition to the individual's liking. You may participate in one additional game, whether that be the Ghost Hand card game, which is actually crossed out, and in parentheses upon Craven's decision. Single combat, mounted obstacle course, mount will be provided, and
You got horse hands though.
Did I say this? And single combat, Ghost Hand, and the mounted obstacle. Those are the only two. So the Ghost Hand card game will be on Craven's request as well. It's a special discount. You see a little golden, essentially a golden ticket on the bottom, and it provides 4 bags of holding. Pick up at Covir's Emporium.
Ooh.
An emporium sounds like a good idea to go to.
And on the bottom of that, stay provided by Craven, and gives a description with address that it's by the beach settings along Bourbon Bay. It's at Craven's Villa.
All right.
And then there's a little personal note for Craven. I would like, we will, if you survived in receiving this message, we will meet at Hannibal's Resolve. Any night, I will be there both nights. And he says evenings. He will be there for the next 2 days.
Sorry, meet where?
At Hannibal's Resolve. He will be there in the evenings for the next night, for the next 2 nights.
Ooh. Oh, someone's got.
Is that the
themselves
address
a
you gave
date.
us, or was the address in connection with Kavira's Emporium?
They are in the address of Hannibal's Resolve is in Bourbon Bay. The address at the Emporium is on Champions Way, which you would just immediately remember as they're fairly close to one another. It's just further up the hill, you know. So it's where this is where the rich folk. That's where the hoity-toities live. Maybe a few former champions. You've never been there. You never knew anyone from there. You know, it's the ritzy area, and so just by the Here's Emporium, it's like that's Champions Way. So it's also one of those, holy shit, I got 5 free things. I got 4 free things on Champions Way.
Oh.
So I relay all of this to the guys.
Awesome.
It looks like we gotta head up to the fancy part of town at some point.
I want to say thank you guys earlier for not ratting me out. But we will talk privately, and I will explain everything to you.
What's your business is your business. You helped me
explanations.
took back what belonged to my people. It's the least I can do.
Thank you.
I'm
I
just
still
in
like
it for the good
explanations.
time. I didn't want to see you killed so soon.
I'm with my comments though. We still need explanations. So, drinks tonight. You're gonna spill, right?
Oh.
Information that is, not the drink.
That is alcohol abuse, my friend. That is a coward's way out.
Oh, well, there's, if you guys want, we can just keep going. We can go to Bourbon Bay and party. We can go straight there.
Let's first stop by and get our bags of holding and
Sure.
our trinkets, and then we will head in to Bourbon Bay, because I'm sure there is a place for us to check and put our baggage down.
Just a quick point of order, because I'm sure that we all would know this in character. When did the games officially start?
Well, the Ghost Hand card game is tonight.
Oh, okay.
But way late. It's
Okay.
much later in the evening. The group Melee, which is the one that almost people who go in for the qualifiers tend to do, is another 3 days out.
Okay.
We are definitely doing the group melee.
Oh, absolutely. And I want in on single combat.
Ah,
Definitely.
And that
Combat for me too.
the single combat essentially follows after the group combat, and that
Okay.
last competition that crowns, the single combat is usually the cap off to the games. Also, the mountain obstacle course I forgot to mention that, is in 2 nights.
Yeah, I would like to do the mounted obstacle course.
okay. Looks like the rest of us will be fighting each other soon.
And when you say that, Jago, Tara gives you she looks back. She's like, "Oh really? You gonna try to beat my girl right here?" And she smacks the elk and does it. It's okay. Tell you what, loser buy drinks.
Okay.
Sounds fair.
So
That'll be one I'm interested to watch. I don't want to get anywhere near it. I'm not coming near you, Tara.
well, but I'm winning, right? You're gonna bet on me. I know.
Obviously.
Okay, good, yeah.
Just gonna turn him out to Jago. I'm sorry.
Business is business.
She's my best friend. I can't. What am I gonna do?
We just met. We could be best friends later. Right now, just
One, I can hear both of you. All right. Just saying. As you guys head on, you start seeing, going along after you pass Mother's Love. You start going along the coastline. towards Bourbon Bay. This is where you guys actually get a way better look at not only the ocean side, but the variety of marble statues of champions around. Some of them, their backs are toward you as they, are a little bit more decorative for people coming in. But every so often, the ones on your left, you see them kind of standing out proudly. Many orc warriors standing, up and all beautifully painted. The sunshine just really brings out the bright greens and the reds of the tieflings who have won. And you pass by a few. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Group perception check.
Gonna be great when this is all of us, mates.
17.
Mm-hmm.
You said perception?
Got a 7.
20.
20. Okay.
The 8.
Cool. You do see empty lots where future plots will be. As you guys get closer to, now you are in the main city of what that is now traditionally called Bourbon Bay. You see you see a big board, or you see a variety of papers strewn up, presumably jobs, and the town is bustling with music, as this is the Lomér Games times, and you hear horn. It was very similar to when you were over at Mother's Love during the qualifiers, but just multiplied as the music is strung throughout the whole bazaar. And it's the dress shops, actually a very similar dress shop to what you saw in Mother's Love, and with the women, with tiefling women, posing out front of it. The dresses almost seem like they have a certain level of shine and mystery behind them. It seems like the colors frequently change as they move their bodies. You see multiple people walking down the street. Seems like alcohol is in much supply and strung out onto the streets. Everyone is dancing or walking around with food, and people are drinking. You see a few young human ladies who have trays out with liquor all strewn and coaxing people to come to their particular establishment. And of course, you see in one of the bigger establishments, you see written in common, Hannibal's. That's, the tavern that Craven said he would meet you at either tonight or the next night. And
What time is it?
It's middle of the day, so you've only been traveling for about 2 hours, since you got a horse, elk now. So you made some pretty good time. It's only about 1 p.m., maybe 2, somewhere in that time zone. And what was your perception roll again, Connor?
It's 7.
7? Okay. Who had the high perception roll?
I had a 20.
I had a 17.
Okay. So 20. You know that when you see a big bustling of people and everywhere, there's always the other side of things. There's always what else is going on. So instead of being encapsulated by all the revelry, you start peering into, as you pass by, you peer into a back alley here. You see what's being, people who are whispering, and you notice
Diagon alley.
Mm-hmm. You notice one tiefling, a young tiefling man, talking to some older humans, and some guys with a little bit of a paunch, and other guys with a thick beard, all in decorative clothes, and you see him. You have a little 2 vials off to the side, and they pocket. He takes a bag of coin and then walks back out into the street, smiling and dancing with the people. You see him kind of, winking at some of the young ladies who pass by, and you see that. What you see, Saga, is a young tiefling man step out, smiling and winking, and you recognize this tiefling. And we're gonna just drop him in the NPC chat. Cool. You immediately recognize him as your little brother, Damien, who's now 18-year-old man, and you haven't seen him since he was 8. And you see him smiling and enjoying the revelry, and a lot more like he's with a confidence that you almost like, what? Excuse me?
I grab Tara's arm and I go, Tara? Tara, is that Damien?
She looks over, like, she's like, holy shit! That is Damien!
I tap
Can
Saga
you stop?
I tap Saga on the shoulder, and I want to relay what I saw happen with the drug deal.
And she's like, and do you say it loud enough for everyone to hear?
I want it to be just between me and Saga. That's
Okay. Yeah, she ain't listening. She's like, okay, yeah, sure.
I turn to my equally oblivious friend Larcanus and say, "This is nice. It's nice here."
Be careful.
Yeah,
If you
some
can't
people say
voice him,
that's
that
bad.
maybe that's not the way.
Well, he wouldn't. No. He was such a sweet little thing when I left. No. I'm just gonna go talk to him. And I jump out of the carriage and go running after him. I'm Damien!
And you see him like, he just someone shouting his name. It seems like he goes to almost dip into the crowd, and you almost like he did it so quickly and so nimbly, you literally like lost him for like half a second, and then he peeks over to see who, you know, yelled his name, and then sees you. It's like, Sog? And he runs up and gives you, now much taller than you, grabs you and gives you a big hug. It's like, oh my god, that's so, whoa, you're back. That's fucking awesome. That's crazy.
Damien, you're so grown. You're so tall. You're taller than me.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad I saw you. I'm back.
That's crazy. That's awesome. What are you doing back?
I'm here for the games. Dude, I don't know if you heard yet. We just killed old Nan.
Holy shit! Oh, whoa, damn, that's dope. Oh my god, mom's gonna go crazy. Oh shit, did you see that?
He's not okay. What? I mean, what happened, man?
I don't know, fuck him. It's, you know. But mom's
What about
good.
mom? Dad said she moved up. She moved up here. She lives in Bourbon Bay. What?
Yeah. She has a spot. She, you know, you remember Giselle? Giselle is a popular friend of your mother's, who you remember who come over and play cards. And so like,
Yeah, for sure.
She crashed with Giselle for like a while. We stayed with her. You know, we were staying with her for a while. Then mom got a nice little spot over by the docks. She paints. She's painting the statues. You know, so she finally, you know, made that not a hobby, and so she has a nice little spot back there. And he gives you like kind of gives you directions and everything. Like, oh my god, so many, and you know, so I know we have chatted about your I just want to get the list of names out. Danae, and he gives you directions of where Danae's at. Like Danae, she actually does a lot of work over at the palace. She works up there. Jonah like is at the library. He always knows in a book, so he works there now. They all got their own places, and yeah.
Oh my God. Well, what about you? What are you doing?
You know, doing my thing. You know, that's what I'm doing. I'm always just doing my thing. Do you live with mom? Do you have your own place? Come on, man. Come on. Man now. Man, I can't be chilling with mom, doing my thing, so I got a little spot, behind the bar. I'm living up top. I do some work there over at Hannibal's, help out with some of the stuff, but they let me rent a spot out in back. Nice, rent's cheap, I get to party,
Oh, That's awesome. We're actually going to be there later, either tonight or tomorrow night. I've got to meet with a sponsor, but after that, do you maybe want to go see Mom with me? It's been a while.
Sure. I mean, she's close by. She's like right there. You know, we can go see her. You know, we can go see her anytime you want. I know she would just flip if she saw you now. And yeah, so whenever you want to go.
Will you be around here? I think we have a couple of errands we need to run first, but oh man, just knowing that you're okay and knowing that everybody else is okay. I saw Dad and I got scared to see everybody because I didn't know what would happen, and he was in such bad shape.
Yeah, well, you know.
But, oh man, Damien, I'm so glad you're okay and that everybody else is okay. Oh my God, this is so good. I'm so happy that I saw you.
Yeah, we're doing good. I don't really talk to Jonah much, you know. He doesn't. Me and him kind of don't really talk anymore. That's cool, whatever, you know. But every so often, you know, Danae comes and hangs. Danae comes and parties with me sometimes. You know, she's still cool. But, yeah.
Did something happen with Jonah?
Gotta, you know, fucking stick up his ass. I don't fucking know. I think he's better than everyone now. Because he got a fancy job, you know, like, I'm an auditor at a fucking library. Who gives a fuck? Okay, you deal with books, whatever, you know?
Fair enough. We have to, I want to go by the library eventually too, so I guess I'll see him.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, tell him I said what's up, I guess.
Will do.
But make sure,
Right, so if you're gonna be around,
make
I
sure
will...
just like what up? Not like not like a hi. Sure. Yeah. You know, like whatever.
I gotcha.
We wants to hang, and he wants to hang. You know, no big deal.
So good. We gotta go run a couple of errands, but if you're gonna be around, I will find you maybe in a couple hours.
Sure, you'll find me. I'll be over at Hannibal's, or you know, I'll be hanging with the tourists. You know, just doing my thing.
All right, be careful out there. There's a lot going on these days.
Good.
I know you're grown, but you were 8 last time I saw you. I can't help it.
Yeah. I'm glad you're back. Glad you're back, sir.
Leave it.
Good to see you, and I give him a big hug.
He smiles, gives you a big bear hug back, and he kind of just gives a little to you guys, and goes back to the crowd.
I head back to the carriage, and I've just got a big grin on my face.
I'm like, oh, that was nice. Tara's like, that was sweet. Oh
man, you know, it did not go well with my dad, and so I was not sure how everything else was going to go with family, but it sounds like they're all okay, and that's really good. That's really good.
You seem like a good kid.
Yeah.
So I nod and I say, well, I guess not all family reunions are horrible.
I'm gonna take a deep breath. I completely, intentionally ignore what Larcanis told, or what Jago told me.
Connor.
But yeah, he's fine. He's a good kid.
Oh god. Alrighty. As you guys venture on, as you peer away, start going along the northwest bank, going away from the beach, now going up a long hill. Now the marble statues they seem a little bit newer, a little bit more recently refreshed, and become more extravagant. Give me another perception roll.
10.
11.
14.
Alrighty. 7. Some low rolls all around. Jago, you just noticed that one thing you do notice is that the guards, not a lot of them much anymore. It seems like it's very, you see one, you notice oh look, there's a guard, and you see the decorative Lomér uniform. He's a very tall orc, kind of walking along, and then you realize after another 30 minutes of travel, wow, was that the only one I saw for a cool minute? And then you see another one, it's like, oh, not a lot of them.
Not a lot of police presence in the richer parts of town, I see.
And
You
Interesting.
need to tell me that.
and as you approach, Connor left.
I think it's
You recognize some of the faces, Saga. You do recognize a few of the faces over there. You, as you pass by, you notice you recognize the face of Hannibal. It's like, oh yeah, that's the guy. You're like, yeah, that's the face of. And then you remember from, and you kind of click the little bridge of Giselle being the niece of Hannibal. You're like, oh yeah, my mom's old friend, uncle. Yeah, that guy. Cool. And you see it's a human, very tall, broad chest with a great sword as he kind of stands up, chest out, and you see him standing along line. It's a group actually. Seems like you've noticed a few of these where the statues are all bunched together. Presumably these are people who won the group combats, the group melees, and you see him standing proudly. You recognize that face, and I will tell them later.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. All right.
I'm back.
Cool. Connor, you recognize one of the faces in this group. As Saga, I think, oh yeah, she points to one of the faces of a man standing proudly with a great sword drawn down. You notice that face doesn't really speak to you in any way, but two guys next to him, you recognize the man.
Okay.
You know, it's the one the person you came here to meet. You know that you see like, you know that person amongst this group, and as you pass by, you see that same face again, as a repeat champion. As I was saying earlier, when you see the statues all grouped together, that's usually a sign of these are the parties that beat the group melee. And so you recognize one of those faces, and then you saw that same face on another marble statue. This one, hide, corner, deep robe, standing proudly, thick jawline, goatee, and kind of appearing. But as the statues are kind of looking outward into the sea, the statue is meant to like peer down, almost judgmental. And
For the first time since our adventure began, my face goes from a smile into a scowl, and I tighten my jaw. Surprisingly quiet
Right.
for the first time.
Boy, Connor.
Roll insight to see what I get off of you.
go for it, roll insight.
I'm not wise, so that's a 16.
He's definitely pissed.
Hey, Connor, your face went a different way than it usually goes. Is there something wrong with you?
No, nothing wrong at all. Just, I've come across a little bit of, let's say, family business.
You're no stranger to my family business, so if you want to talk about it, let me know. This looks complicated.
I don't think we're gonna have much choice, as I don't expect him to leave us alone.
Here to,
Is this-
are we going to be fighting? Are we going to be talking? That could go a lot of ways.
The gods only know, my friend. The gods only know.
That's an attitude to have.
If we're going to be fighting, I wouldn't mind knowing what and why.
I think he's just letting the universe guide it.
Well,
Whatever happens, happens.
if you must know, it's not someone that we would like to have as an opponent, certainly. It's an ex-champion by the name of Kovir, who wields magic like none other. And unfortunately, he's also my father.
I take it the
As
two of you
for
don't get
whether-
along?
I mean,
Well, I don't know whether or not he'll try to kill us, if that's what you mean. It'll be something to discover along the way, let's say.
Hey, mate, it's okay. I'll have you know. My father killed my grandfather in combat. So I know how it feels to be scared of that.
I'm feeling a lot better about my dad now.
No. My dad loves
Thanks, guys.
me. He just didn't love his own dad. That's all.
Well, if you get a few drinks in me, maybe I'll get a little looser with the story. Who knows? I think it's about time we try and get those bags of holding, though.
I think so, and I wouldn't mind more of that oil of sharpness if I could find it, or maybe just a slightly less magic, a slightly more powerful weapon against magic.
Judging by your change of attitude, it looks like you already have a bag of holding with all this emotion in it, and I would love to help you carry it.
Aww.
Thanks, Jago. That's very sweet. I'll try to remember that the next time you almost get us killed by a god.
I no problem.
Sure.
As you guys approach, you see this large, you see these very large marble statues, on two sides. It seems like a very common, beautiful woman in silk robes, and right in between this large gate that Tara stops at, as it's not large enough for a helm to be going through. But as you look in, you see a little beautifully adorned marble robe, very decorative. See some rooms along the side, and you see that about two-story shop that's extremely wide. There's not much room for anything else, and as the pillars right behind the great door is two large golems that are kind of used as pillar tops for the entryway, and doors open. Lomér Emporium. She's like, all right, well, I'll be here, guys. I'm happy to drive you guys around.
Tara,
Obliged. Thank you.
hop out of the carriage and head in.
All right.
I'm right behind.
Let's go, baby.
As you guys walk in, it's immaculately well done. Initially, what you see is a lot of jewelry. A lot of fine jewels, jades and rubies, all as you pass by. Like some levitate up and kind of trail around. That's making it into a necklace as just individual gems circling around each other. You see another one where diamond that eventually looks like it's lit on fire, which you guys are, some of your Jago, you immediately like, these are, aesthetic enchantments done on jewelry. You immediately recognize it, but the enchantments are very, very lovely, And but at
we do this at birthday parties.
As you look at the back, you see some blades and swords that have a little bit more of a shine to it, a little glimmer along it, and shields, all kind of tapered up to the wall. Obviously, too inconvenient to where you could actually go and take it off. It seems like that's not really meant to be touched. And you see two humans kind of peering at the glass, and you see a young. Oh, hold on, because I didn't realize I did not plug you in, and you're about to go die on me.
Oh no.
Our DM's about to die. That's a new
Wow, it usually
mechanic.
does.
This end up trapped in the void.
I
There
don't know.
And as you approach, you see this young human male talking to these very refined, noble humans. He's like, and just like that, I'll give you the jewels, I'll give you the necklace, and a bag of holding, which original price was 300 gold. I'm gonna cut that down into 250. How did I do that, huh? How did I do that, right? Come on, guys. Okay, so we're gonna do one for you and two for you. Okay, that's gonna just be 400 gold. Okay, thank you very much. Hey, you guys have a great day now. All right, they can come to Lomér Emporium. And he's like, how about you, sir? Hey, you got a special deal just now. Got this straight from Father's Resolve. That, and I'll tell you the truth right here, right now. This is Father's Resolve Blood Tears. One drop of this will give you an increased speed. You will feel faster. You feel stronger. That's how you're gonna get ready working today. Special price, 450 gold. How about that, buddy? And you see this guy just haggling and talking and being this overjoyed, and then you see another human female approach you guys. It's like, welcome to Kavira's Emporium, and there anything I can help you with?
I tilt my head towards Saga and ask, do you still have that letter?
I do. I pull the letter out. I go, hi there. We're competitors in the games, and we're sponsored by Craven. There, I think, are a couple of bags of holding on hold for us, and we were also hoping to get a look around and see what might be useful for us for the games.
Of course. Happy to. It just and I guess you hand over the certificate. She looks it over. She does some type of. You see her do some type of hand gesture, and so you see the certificates. The writing along it kind of dances briefly for a second. Shine, little nerd, common, magic illusion, and she's like, "Yeah, all right. Well, I will break those out for you. Call me if you need me. I'm happy to. I'll be right back." And she goes away, and a couple moments passes, and she pulls out what looks like a general bag, regular satchel, very common for your explorers kits, and she says, if you would like anything you have, you can place in here up to 500 pounds. You can carry, and it will feel like that. And if you ever need to take the item out, you'll be always able to reach it, pull it inside out, and all of your items will disperse. It's fine leather stitching, as you can see right here, and then she starts going over. It's like this is golden embroidery, straight from the Marvel refinery.
Why is she selling this to us if it's free?
This looks beautiful. Thank you so much.
Kind of cuts her eyes at you. You're very welcome.
I tap Jago on the
Thanks
on the
for the
back and say,
details.
because we're not carrying these bags just for our holding. We're carrying these bags as advertisements for such a fine establishment.
Penny for the smart man.
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys all now have a bag of holding. You may add that to your inventory list. So, and as you guys just gently, you can sort them whenever you want to sort them, but as you guys gently put in all that extra weight you have been carrying, as you guys took a few spare axes and all the things that you don't need readily available, you're able to throw in there, and you just feel this extra, oh my God, move,
Beautiful. I feel a weight coming off my back. Saga, is the weight of carrying this team still on you?
There's just kind of like a purple flush that spreads across her cheeks, and she laughs a little bit, and she goes, we'll see about that in the group melee.
Fair enough.
You notice in the back a tall, actually much taller than you've seen, very imposing, easily 6'5", wide shoulder, olive skin. He kind of has a smile to himself. Actually, you see a gold tooth along the side, and walks down, and you see him like kind of talking to some of the customers and smiling, giving him a little tap on the shoulder, and then he looks up and he sees you, Connor, and walks over. Well, then thank you. What are you doing here?
Well, I've come to enter the games. The single melee, as you would probably guess.
Really, you can afford that?
Afford is a word I like to use when other words don't seem to suffice.
Meaning you're still dead broke.
Yes.
That was
But
in
by my
character.
own
Saga
choice.
definitely said that in character.
No, surprise. I told you last time you were, here, I told you I wasn't going to help you out anymore, so. However you go into the qualifiers?
I've already been through the qualifiers and it went quite swimmingly well. As you might imagine, I've trained very hard my entire life for this. And I'm not friendless, as you can see.
Oh, that's great. I'm sure you found other group of people who can use pointy sticks. That's great.
I'll have you know, pointy sticks is just one of the many things I am good at.
He kind of looks you over, gives you, kind of stands, looks out at you. I can see you too. He's like, I can see you too. Oh, good. You have one competent friend. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why you're still alive.
I like to use my insight to try and size this dude up and see where he's, how he compares to me in skill.
Sure.
I got a 15.
15. You were so young last time you saw him, and seeing him again now, he's still feel like a kid. It's just like reeks of power. Like as he carries himself with confidence, you can tell it's mirrored with skill and power. And would he take it easy on you? Probably not. So you maybe on a good day, if he was having a bad day.
All right. Well, I'm going to.
I bet you could beat him with the power of friendship. That's for sure.
I'm gonna nod to him and say, "Well, perhaps someday I can count you among friends again, but we'll have to see how things go at the end of the game."
I'm your father, not your friend. And I would never be. That's one of the reasons why, never mind.
That's what she said.
I see why now he's your friend. All right. Well,
So,
that's why you're here. You got you're the Craven. So you're Craven's sponsors.
that's correct. Craven decided that we were worthy, although that seems to be something that you're not very perceptive of.
Craven's a good card player, but he's not a smart man. So, if you need
Strange that a
anything,
man who's able to make good bets can't make good bets outside of cards.
that is the problem with you. You gamble. That's the problem. If you don't need to gamble when you have skill, and you could have that skill if you stop playing with those pointy ass sticks. Everything's a
Seem to think
gamble.
that the only way through things is magic. It's not the only way.
It isn't the only
I
way, but
pumped
it's the
myself
only
up.
way that has power behind it.
I pull myself up to my full 5'4", and I take a step forward and I go, well, pointy sticks just beat old Nan and took back father's resolve. So we'll see what our pointy sticks can do.
I imagine.
I don't rage, but I kind of like let a little rage like seep into like my aura, and there's just a little crackle of lightning around me.
He kind of just does a little bit of smirk. You can see a little smirk come from him, like, Lomér, got it.
So I look to Kovir and I say, Urlach, he used to tell stories of mages felled by blades. I've heard those stories many times.
Okay. Let's see. Gabriel. And he's the guy who was doing all the big showboats, comes up, runs right over, stands up. We're like, yep, yes, sir. You know what? You got it. I'm giving you what you want. Whoa. Yeah, absolutely. I will sponsor you in the single combat. You serious? You serious? You're gonna let me? Absolutely. You are quite skilled. And I have no doubt that you will be the champion.
We call this chapter Death of a Salesman.
And you see Gabriel, like, he's just beaming with joy, and he's like, all right. And single combat, you guys are gonna see my statue out there. And he looks over at you, like, can I help you guys with anything? I'm like, I think you guys are my last customers because I got training to do.
Like, no thanks, Fred. But we appreciate you. I'll see you in the single melee.
Ah, all right. Great. And he looks you over. He sees the blade on your side. And kind of like the second he sees your blade, he's like, all right. I promise I'll make it quick. You have a great day. And he walks off. He's like, that is my apprentice. If you could beat him, then maybe I was full of shit. But I got a lot of years on you. And I've seen, sure, some mages, incompetent ones, not skilled, fall to someone who took more effort into it. Eventually, the strongest will survive. Not all great willpowers can become mages, and some of them fall through the cracks. But Gabriel is a prodigy. He is as skilled as he is ruthless in battle. I have no doubt that he will kill you. So I would suggest you don't enter the single combat.
Ain't every apprentice a prodigy? That's like why you take them on now.
For lesser men, they might think someone's a prodigy. I know.
Also, just don't want to get involved in family drama here. Who am I to judge? But you really gonna have your apprentice kill your son? That seems like a whole other level of stuff, man.
He's not gonna make it to the single combat. He'll quit.
That's sort of like when my father killed my grandfather.
Bugbear. That sounds about right, kid. All right.
You have some sort of
should I-
supremacist or something?
So, should I prevail in this melee? Will you honor my blade and accept me back into the fold?
I'll grant you back your title and all the holdings to it. Sure.
And if the property is owned by mother?
Sure.
Very well then.
And he
See
just
your apprentice. So I grip his hand and shake it. And I give as much strength to that shake as I can.
Go ahead and give me a contested strength check.
Oh no, it's the Donald Trump handshake.
Oh God.
So that is a
Hey, do you sell guns here?
19.
That's a 19. As you guys squeeze, this is the first bit of confidence you have actually had as you match his strength and grip. And he lets go of your hand and walks up, as he also was really trying to squeeze your hand. First, you notice he tried to match you, and he did, which means physically, you're just as strong as him, and you're like, oh, okay. And you had to try. You had to try hard to get that grip.
And I go, we'll prepare for that fight later. Let's go to any shop that is not connected to this man here.
Yeah, and any place that has ale.
Oh, yes, please. Look, do you have anything you want to do?
I'm wondering if there's anything at this emporium that will cure my health affliction.
Just need a nap, man.
Yeah, I think just a bed. They sell beds over there. Beds of holding.
I need a preventative measure against wraiths. That's all I can think about.
Well, like honest, I don't think there'll be a whole lot of wraiths in the group melee.
But should he have something in his pocket that will help him feel as though he could manage, maybe it's for the best.
Yeah, I guess rest is the only thing I really need now. Rest and beer.
I'll say, I think the letter said something about a discount, so as awkward as the mood is in here now, I suggest we go to the non-Gabriel salesperson and see what we can find, because
Yes, all great.
this shit's expensive. And the letter, I think, mentioned a discount.
And I lean into Connor and go, maybe we should get you some anti-magic armor or something like that.
I don't hate that idea, I'll tell you.
Alrighty. I asked the young lady who was helping you guys out, was kind of readily just kind of waiting for that moment to not have it anymore, as Kovir has made a healthy distance away, obviously going back to his back office. See her kind of directly approach. Is there anything I can get you?
I am so sorry about that.
Sorry.
This is very awkward, and to tell you that on top of this, just first off, we have a discount.
Yes, don't worry. I read the letter. We heard word from Craven yesterday that he was sponsoring. So that's why we offered the bags of holding. You will receive a discount on whatever item you have. We have a variety of blades, staffs. We have a few pieces of armor there. And she looks over at you, Jago. She's like, unfortunately for you, certain alterations may have to happen. If you were looking for any type of armor of the type, I don't think we have your size readily available. But we can make it work. We can, if you're willing to wait. We have a variety of oils and potions. Happy to. What were some things that you were looking for?
Do you have any thing that is going to be helpful with animal handling, like maybe a special saddle or some sort of magic item?
Oh, yes. And she writes something down. I might have a potion of animal friendship readily available for you. And it's normally at 200 gold, but we can sell it to you for 150.
Let us put that in the cart for now. We will come back later when we can see what our lump sum together is.
Absolutely.
Do you have any bracers by any chance? Anything better than horseshoes?
We absolutely have something better than horseshoes. Let's see what we have. Which kind? She looks over the bracers and sees these are actually very I want to scoff at these. But we do have something called the Bracer of Commanding Fire Elementals. It's actually quite a delightful element. She walks over and she kind of brings these large, finely decorated bracers that shine this dark crimson blood red, and it kind of, as it moves around, you see the shine just kind of go along it with little runic symbols. While a fire burns in this brass bracer, you can use an action to speak the bracer's command word and summon a fire elemental. And if you had cast the conjure elemental spell, the bracer can't be used this way again until the next dawn. And this is normally at 1,500 gold. We will give this away for 1,300.
Sheesh.
That is a lot of money.
Saga reminds us that we still have 200 in platinum out of the group funds, and that would definitely cover the bracers.
I'm definitely drooling at the sight. It's beautiful.
Do you have any sort of enchantment? I pull out the great axe that we picked up from a battle.
Mm-hmm.
I go, do you have any enchantments that can be sort of applied to this thing, make it sort of better?
Oh, enchantment.
Enchant.
I will have to ask Kovir. He handles all the enchantments. So, but he does usually offer enchantment. We do have we'll give a refined edge to this as she kind of graces on. He puts the spell right along here on the edge. So as you pick up velocity, the spell shines and gives a little bit more of a deeper cut. It will add a +1 to your damage. But that is enchantments are 500 gold. And normally I would say that would come with a discount, but as that is a Kofir license, I highly doubt a discount on his personal work. And honestly, don't quote me on the 500 gold yet, because I'm going to have to ask if that is still the price for you. I'm not sure how much he likes you after that.
No stress. It's good to know the total thing I can get done here.
Oh, thank God. I did not want to have that conversation with him.
You was looking nervous.
I actually have a few questions of my own. As you may have overheard, I will be meeting one of your co-workers in Melee. If I give you my word that I will give you my word that I will not fell him in battle, and he will not die by my hands. But I will need some assistance in equipping myself to better handle magic.
Okay. Okay. I'll hold you to that. Because I like him. And I will murder you. And she
Seems too good a salesman to take out of the game so early.
Okay, what kind of armor do you wear?
I wear light armor.
Light armor. All right. I don't feel as worried. We have some light armor for you. We definitely can get you outfitted. And we can provide you with a actually lovely set of a smoldering armor. With some harmless, odorless smoke rise from this armor while it's worn. It kind of gives a lovely charcoal mist that kind of comes across it, and this will be 11 to plus your dexterity. I don't know what kind of armor let's see what kind of armor you're wearing right now. That's better or worse than what you have.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing terribly strong on the armor. You said it was how much?
The light armor will be, as I don't want to ruin this, because I'm gonna start throwing out numbers. That is gonna be 150 gold for the light armor.
I see. Is there any enchantments or any properties to this armor that's protected from magic, or do you have anything?
Protect from magic. Honestly, we don't have anything that would shield you from a blast or anything like that. We do have this mariner armor. We have this light mariner armor that we can give you. This one, if you're interested, is a 12 to your armor class. And while you're wearing this, you have a swimming speed equal to your walking speed. In addition, whenever you start your turn underwater with 0 hit points, the armor causes you to rise 60 feet towards the surface. The armor is decorated with fish and shell motifs.
Hey, that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. Does your coworker happen to be able to fill an arena with water, though?
You asked what we have.
Either way, you will look pretty cool.
All right. Well, last try at something. Perhaps you guys have a rapier of kind.
Ooh, we have some rapiers. They're not really well taken care of, as it seems like we don't usually stock, but we have this lovely +1, and you see another rapier blade that is she goes in the back and comes back, very light to the touch, flips it over, very quick, and again with that refined edge, the axe, the axe that you guys saw earlier. Or actually, that was, I'm sorry, misspoke. The kind of same qualities that she described that will be imbued on the axe. This one seems that has already been done, and is a +1 rapier. So you have a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made by this, and that one is selling at 200 gold.
I believe we would like to put that one in the cart.
Okay.
And do you have? I have this crossbow here, and I was wondering if you had any special type of bolts.
Bolts? Oh,
Yeah, or any special type of crossbows as well. I just want to look at your armory.
you want some crossbow bolts? Or are you... Oh, we can absolutely outfit you with a variety of crossbow bolts. We have those, and it gives like a full casing of crossbow bolts. These are at 1 gold.
The whole thing?
The whole crossbow bolts, the actual armor, the ammo for it, is about 1 gold.
For the box?
For the box of bolts.
Yeah, I'll take the whole box.
Okay.
I was like, ooh, that's good.
Yeah, it's about it's a bundle size of 20.
Are they just regular bolts or any
Regular
bolts?
They're just regular bolts. You want now, and it's just like after she shows it 1 gold, and it's like now, if you want these, shows these are like a little bit more finely decorative ones for 25 gold. It's a +1 crossbow bolt. Again, it's there's about 10 of those.
10 of those for 25?
Yeah.
Now, if I say yes to these, are you going to put out another one? If I say yes to these ones, are you going to put out a different crossbow bolt?
No, those are the crossbow bolts we have.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'll take the +1 ones.
Okay. 25, that's 200. And that's 1 gold. And anything else I can get you guys? Anything else you're looking for?
I got a couple of things that I'm looking for. First of all, you see this axe here. I'm fairly attached to it and would hate to part with it, but you know, enchantments are seeming a little iffy of a choice at this point in time. I was wondering if you had any oil of sharpness in stock, and if so, how much that might be.
The oil of sharpness, we do have those in stock. They are at 250 gold each.
All
We
right.
Those. We have 3 of those left in stock.
I would definitely like at least 2 of those, maybe 3, but let me think on it. While we talk armor, I like to wear medium armor, would like something a little bit more heavy, and she gestures to her chainmail shirt. Do you happen to have any half plate?
We do have half plate. Are we looking for standard, or are we looking for a little razzle dazzle?
Wouldn't mind a little razzle dazzle if it's in my price range, but let's hear what you got.
Okay. I'm gonna be right back. And she goes in the back. And you said, now, real quick, you said medium plate armor. Is that what you said?
Yeah, so medium armor, ideally half plate, because right now I've got chainmail, so that's the only way that I can stay in the medium category and keep my higher speed while still being a little bit beefier.
Okay, and she comes back with, you see this deep kind of platinum shine along the edges of it, and she's like, adamantine half plate armor. This is 15 to your armor class. The pseudo armor is reinforced with adamantine, one of the hardest substances in existence. While you're wearing it, any critical hit against you becomes a normal hit. And that,
How much does that go for?
that's 1,000 gold. But 750.
All right. That might in fact be doable for me. I'm gonna think on both of those, and then we're just wondering if you've got any other potions, oils, anything else that might be helpful, especially for the melee round, since all of us are going to be in that.
That is true. Do you? Oh, what was I looking for? Sorry, I had it in my head and then just lost it.
Well, we have the oil. We have the oil sharpness, as we said earlier. We do have that potion of animal friendship as well, and she looks. We actually, I don't think you'll need this, but we also have a potion of fire breath if you're. And she kind of gestures to the Dragonborn. We even have a potion of fire breath if you're interested, and we have a variety of resistances. We have
acid breath.
We have a resistance to radiant, thunder, water. We have a variety. We have a potion of water breathing, but we also have a variety of resistant potions: to thunder, radiant, psychic, poison, necrotic.
I think I may need some of these.
Do you also have any spell scrolls for like specifically warlock spells? I can learn warlock spells.
Okay. For our scrolls, that is those are going to be custom ordered as well. We have a few cantrip ones. They are definitely something. What kind of spells are you looking for?
I'm looking for.
What level?
Well, I can learn any gameplay wise. I can learn any warlock spell, but it's automatically a level 2.
Any warlock spell is level 2. Okay.
Or same with the cantrips, but
well, with scrolls, it doesn't really.
Yeah.
You can read it. You can cast it. But we only have cantrips level scrolls here, and so we have a Ray of Frost cantrip scroll, very effective, and we have a guidance scroll, a scroll of guidance, each one valued at 350.
The scroll of guidance, please.
Okay, and all right, as she lays out the armor, the bolts, the oil sharpness. Okay, time for that calculator.
Did the math on mine, and out of my own personal funds, I can afford the armor plus all 3 oils of sharpness. I'm definitely gonna do that. As she's doing this, I'm also going, and I'm sorry, the potions of resistance, can you remind me what types you had?
Of course I can.
I need some of those.
We have lightning, necrotic, poison, psychic, radiant, and thunder.
Ooh, and how much is each of those?
Those are going to be 150 each.
Can I do some kind of check to figure out if I want to remember what my what Kovir's specialty is, as to try and glean a little bit of insight as to what his apprentice might be proficient as well.
Okay, go ahead and roll history.
Oh, it's a natural 20.
Whoa.
Oh, Chile.
Okay. Kovir was he was one who kind of liked to get up when he would fight. And you've heard the story of how he would win over and over again when he dealt with melee fighters. One of the reasons why you kind of rolled your eyes and annoyed with him was how many times he boasted about winning the single combat and coming across everyone who tried to fight him with a stick. How he would just touch their mind just enough so they would drop their blade and then approach them and sap the life out of them. He was very skilled in different types of a lot of psychic abilities, and you knew he would burn. He almost had a sickness to burning his opponents, almost like he kind of liked the pain and the control that gave him. So that's how you remember how Kovir fought.
That was anti-psychic damage. What would it be?
I'd like a anti-psychic potion and an anti-fire potion. And do you have anything that boosts wisdom or movement?
I don't. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll look around. No worries.
If you've got 2 of the resistance to psychic damage, I wouldn't mind one of those as well. I'm good at jumping out of the way of things, but psychic stuff is not really my forte.
Okay, so what are we getting, everyone?
So I will take the adamantine armor.
Okay.
I'll take all 3 oils of sharpness,
Okay.
and I will take a potion of resistance to psychic damage, if possible, please. Of course, if there's only one, I would prefer that my friend have it.
And how much were those bracers again?
I think that was the big boy, if I remember correctly. So, you're talking about the bracers
Those are
of
crazy.
the commanding a fire elemental?
I don't feel comfortable taking that much gold from the team. Is there any cheaper option?
You can't take it with you, Larcana. And if I
we do. Like,
everyone
I
else
was
is
able
okay
to-
with it, I'm all right too.
I'm able to pay for all of mine out of pocket, so I'm okay with putting my chunk of the group funds towards Larcanus's bracers, if that's an option.
Yeah, and it appears that I would be able to afford my rapier and the 2 potions, resist psychic and resist fire.
Okay.
Those ones I can take out of pocket. I'll have 150 gold left, so I'm okay there too.
Yeah, I believe I should be fine paying for mine out of pocket. It was just the potions and the scroll and something else, I believe. Yeah, I could pay. Yeah, so the group funds can be held for Lacanus over here.
Okay. Go ahead and minus that off of your gold, and all those items you can find on G&D Beyond, right over there. And
was this
All right, time for me to do a ton of math.
rolling?
I already did all mine. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
sure. And I will, if you do get the bracers, I will have to drop. It's a little bit more of a specialty item, so I'll drop that in. But it still gives you the same AC boost as the bracers you currently have right now. It just provides you the ability to summon a fire elemental. I'll drop that into your if you get that.
That was what, 1350? I'm keeping track of group funds, I think.
Yeah.
Bracers, I'm keeping track of group funds, and since that's coming out of there, I just want to know how much they were.
Those were 15. No, 1,000.
15,
If
okay.
I remember, 1,000.
All right. I believe I'll be giving you 200 gold, right?
Because you just got the bolts. The scroll was the scroll was 350.
Okay, so 450 gold.
Because you got the 350, and you got the bolts, which were 25, so 375, and you got the regular bolts for 1, so that was 376. And did you get anything else?
It was the potion of animal friendships 150, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's
So 376 plus 150. So that's 526.
yeah. All right, minus it away.
Right. I am also going to run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back.
Like honest, we should find a back of the spell guard and we enchant them braces a little bit there, you know?
So I, out of my personal funds, I took 150 for each
further
potion,
enchantment?
and I took out 200 for the rapier.
Alrighty. So you got go ahead and add this rapier +1. So you go ahead and add that to
Oh, oh yeah, no, I thought I couldn't hear you for a second. You're good. But yeah, I got all my stuff in my inventory.
Cool.
I'm getting better at this D&D Beyond thing. It's really good.
Yeah, it gets a little bit more, a little bit easier to kind of.
Yeah, you sort of have to learn it more than like it learns you, like a lot of other software, you know?
Yeah. Also, I had my when I had my character sheet open when Larcanus rolled earlier, it actually showed me his roll.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I like the website version. I wish the app figured that out.
Yeah, the app is not as smooth as the actual full-on site.
Well, hey, Wizards of the Coast, if you're listening, there's lots of hungry coders out there who would love to do that for you.
Come on down.
Not me, but like, there's probably some.
Alrighty. All right, if you guys are all set, you got your items. Did you go? Are you going to go for the brazier of fire elemental, or are you?
Is there any other cheaper options? Because that's the only set of bracelets they have.
There's one more. There's one more. She sees the look in your eyes, and she's like, "Okay, we have
this bracelet is made of banana peels."
And she goes out
right.
And so we got this in the back. Again, she can have and she comes back, and it's one that has like this bright blue shine to it. As you move it around, it's almost like wind that kind of courses through the metal. And she says, these actually give a surprising proficiency with longbows and crossbows. And it's this is what we call the bracer of archery. While wearing these bracers, you have proficiency with the longbow and short bow, and you gain a +2 bonus to damage rolls on ranged attacks made with such a weapon. With such weapons. So, you know, if you ever decided to go more of a long distance, we have this, and this is at 500 gold.
The price difference is insane.
Well, one suffers a fire elemental, and one makes it
I
so
know,
that
I
you
know.
use bows. So,
You
know.
Yeah.
Arcanus, we can afford the good ones. You should get the good ones.
So instead of braces, do you have anything for my mind in sort of a brass knuckle sort of situation? Maybe that will be cheaper.
I don't. Well, we have quarterstaffs. I mean, if you want a little bit more pop with your blows, I'm sure someone like you can handle a quarterstaff. We do have we have this lovely one, and she kind of goes and takes it off the shelf, and it's actually remarkably light. And she kind of tosses it over to you, and you kind of gently grab it, and it's like,
It's a gun.
It definitely seems like it got a little bit more pop than the other weapons.
Straight up block. And
As you move it around quick, you hear the wind cut. You hear the wind get cut. You move it around. It's a +1. It's a +1 quarterstaff, and it is magical. Like that one is 500, and we have one that's even stronger at 750. So it's the same kind of design, but it definitely will give you more than punch. And that's a +2, 750.
I like that with 750.
Okay. Alrighty.
what is that?
Well, then that will be great. That'll be great. And she lays it down. She goes and she takes the +1 back and lays down the +2 quarterstaff.
Oh my god. Guys, never have two dogs at the same time.
So just to make sure that I'm keeping track of party funds properly, we did not get the expensive bracers. We opted for the +2 quarterstaff. And is that coming from your funds or party funds?
So
I
funny.
can put in, I think what do I have? I think I only have like 475, whatever we start.
Do you need a little bit more funds?
Yeah, you're kind of poor.
Yeah,
Do
definitely.
excuse
Like,
me,
I'll put in what
do
I
you
have.
Wrestle.
All 5 gold. You're gonna put in 5 gold.
Okay, so that's coming out of party funds. Saga has unilaterally decided, because
Yeah.
she's somehow been made treasurer of this whole group, the dumbass barbarian is in charge of the funds. Y'all, what?
I come from a tribe of bugbears. I'm not really into the money sort of thing. We sort of trade things in cabbage.
I'm a sailor. I've been living on a ship for 10 years. You think I care about money?
Oh, that's true, but
I've been a
okay, you
monk.
got me there. I don't know what you want from me.
All right.
I guess you
You're the
can
one that
handle it.
what
you're
was
the one that
total?
convinced.
So Saga
Okay.
How many cabbages?
You're the one that
reaches
convinced
in, pulls out
Craven.
the
So.
platinum. How much of the platinum am I pulling out here?
And how much
Okay,
is
well,
in
something like-
cabbages?
200 platinum is equal to 2,000 gold.
Thousand
So-
gold.
Oh, it's worth 2,000.
I'm sorry, I just missed the cost of the-
Tripping?
One
is
platinum. One platinum is 10 gold. So you had 200 platinum. So
How
you
much is the quarter staff? I just missed the cost of it.
750.
Okay. So 75 platinum is all that we're taking out. And I'm just gonna, because I'm bad at this, I'm gonna put us back up to 200 and then take out 75 because I don't want to do math.
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Do you have any shields? Sorry to be a bother and not just do all my shit at once.
We do have a shield. It's we don't have anything magical. It's kind of a shield. They're meant for enchantments, but we have an excess amount, and so we can absolutely just you can take a shield wholesale.
How much is wholesale?
That will be, I will tell you. That would be 100 gold.
Oh, I'll take that out of personal funds.
Okay. And you now have a shield. Go ahead and add that to your inventory. Marcanus, I did add the quarterstaff to your inventory. Make sure you equip it. Because right now it is set in inventory.
And it's just a regular shield, right?
Yes, regular shield, no enchantments. There's nothing in there. They are, like you can come back in a couple days, and we will have, you guys kind of took a nice little bit of our inventory. But if you are interested in getting some done, maybe you show up, and she points to Jago, and we'll just put the paperwork under your name and say this is something you are getting.
Yeah,
Or
that works.
alias.
That works, mate.
So
And despite it all, I know how hard it is for the working person in these times, and so we'll make sure to have a good word to say about Kovir's Emporium no matter where we go, despite my father's
I will have a better
problems.
word. I will have a better word to say about you than I will about this whole establishment, and that's
And
what people
that-
will come for.
that's I like. Thank you. My name is
It's
Isabel.
been so helpful. Saga. Isabella, thank you so much. And Saga gives Connor just a weird look at his little shtick about the working person now that she's seen how much money his dad has.
All right.
Crazy that Chrissy Teigen can cross universes no matter where we are.
As you guys are now considerably less wealthy as you were but a moment ago, as you see prices in Champion's Way are substantially higher than what
We
you
should
normally-
head to Bourbon Boulevard where we can just argue down the little
That's
prices.
Bourbon Bay.
Bourbon
but-
Bay.
Yes. Go right on down, and it seems like you got a carriage out there waiting. So enjoy, and thank you for coming to Kovir's Emporium.
Goodbye, Isabella.
Thank you so much, Isabella. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Now just headcanoning that Saga worked customer service back when she was on the island, and so this is her customer service voice coming out while she's doing this. She definitely worked sales.
Jago opens up a book and opens a Yelp and writes a very nice review.
The old elf.
you see there's a little suggestion board, and You know, get a little bit of the ink quill right there. You write a little card, you throw it in.
Little 5 pentagrams there, signed in blood.
My God. Isabella was lovely. Suggest you promote her. Tap it on.
As you guys put the suggestion cards in the box, you
Won't come back until it is Isabella's Wondrous Emporium.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. I like that. That's gonna be canon. Come back in 50 years, Isabella. As you guys venture out, you see Tara is there, still waiting for you. You guys weren't there terribly long, about 30 minutes. Where would you like to go?
Well, we can't go see Craven until the evening.
I think we should just sort of chill, drink, hang out. Do some-
Well, we could do that, or we could go to the library. And I know that I sound like a huge nerd by saying that, but I really want to
No.
figure out who that god guy was.
Yes, and I got a couple of names I need to figure out myself. Library is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And apparently, my
library's
other
close
brother
by.
works there.
Tara's like, okay, well, the library's close by, actually kind of walking distance close by. I can take, if you guys want to all go to the library, sure. If some of you want to go anywhere else, I can take you there. And and
I think I'll
I think
I
take
do
Connor
remember
is-
that in there is, you do have stay. You do have a place that you can stay that was gifted to you by Craven in the letter. As a point of
Yeah,
reference.
so Connor's a little shook by his
Also in
encounter,
Urban Bay,
so
right?
he's very invested in getting a drink right now. So he wants to head to Bourbon Bay to find the tavern and wait for Craven and get his drink on.
Okay. All right. Well, I can take you over to Bourbon Bay. What about you, handsome? Where are we going? Are you going to Bourbon Bay or are you going to the library?
I kind of want to do a little of both. I want to get a little bit of research in, but I also would like to have a drink.
Oh, is
Well,
this some sort of, does this library have a bar?
No.
Damn it.
But
sorry to
The wrong brother
your
for
friends
that.
can go. Your friends can go to the library. I'll happily take you to the bar. And she kind of like gestures to Saga, like, get the
You
fuck
should-
out.
So, Connor, you should go have a drink. We'll meet you later. Go have a drink. Take care of Connor. Get to know Tara. She's wonderful. And we'll catch you guys later.
Alright.
Sounds like a plan.
As she's like, just points over, and you see it further up the hill, off to the right. You see the large tower with looks almost very. You see a few, school, young, scholars walking about. You can't miss it. It's right over there, and you guys and she's like, okay, back to Bourbon Bay, and you guys hop out and she goes. So we can just do an initiative roll on who goes first. So Saga, Larcanus, go ahead and roll initiative. And whoever has the higher roll is where we will go first.
11?
Hmm?
I'm crunching.
15.
11.
11, and yours, Larcanus?
15.
15. All right, we are off to Bourbon Bay as you guys get back. And again, the whole place is bustling, very similar to Mother's Love. Food is right along the ways, and people are offering whiskeys and some cocktail waitresses along the line, just kind of passing them around. Music is playing. And she stops right in front of Hannibal's Resolve and hops out and is like, let's get wasted.
So I'm gonna smile, my best happy smile to Tara with my mood as it is, and I'm gonna say to her, like, well, let's not get too wasted. I don't have a champion's purse to lean on.
Well, just a little. I still got a little bit of something, to care of. I'll buy you guys the first round.
All right. Well, I can appreciate that.
All right.
I like what
Head
you
on
did
in.
there. I like what you did there. And you guys walk in. The place bustling. Food strung out. You see you don't see too much of meats and the gravy that you saw in Mother's Love. You see a lot of pastry. A lot of people are having like you see a few people enjoying a beer and enjoying their wine, but what you see the most of is people enjoying these dark brews that are steaming off. So it looks like a type of tea, and some of you Connor, you recognize that as coffee. It's like but like very you smell this deep roast into it. It's like, oh, that's some nice coffee, and you see these pastries adorned with powdered sugar along the side, and everyone's just kind of enjoying that. That seems like the main dish that everyone's enjoying. And then a bunch of people drinking. You see a piano on the top and the front, and a gentleman playing very lively music. And you see a older woman behind the bar, and she's kind of leaning over talking to a tiefling woman, very gorgeous, about 5'1", beautiful horn, white hair, and they're kind of talking alongside and laughing and giggling. Both seem a little bit more mature, seem like an older group, more like in their 50s. And the human woman peers up and sees you guys have recently come in, and she gestures to the team like, and walks over. And it's like, well, it seems like our waitress is busy right now, so I'm happy to help you guys out. Welcome to Hamlet's. How can I help you?
What are those pastries that I'm seeing? What is that? The smoky thing.
You want to have a Lomér? You ever had a Lomér before? Oh, well then. And she walks back, and she takes a knife, she cuts a little piece, and walks back over, and she's like, well, then why don't you try it yourself? And as you taste it, it's like a donut. It's fluffy, and kind of feels a sense of honey and powdered sugar. Melts the second you bite into it. It just kind of melts in. It's like, it kind of fills your mouth, and it's absolutely delicious.
Okay. Definitely have one of those and a beer, I guess. A lot.
Oh, no problem. And Tara's like, hi. It was like, oh, you're taking some people around. Yeah, they're going to the games. Great. Oh my God. And she's like, you know who's in the games, right? No, it's Saga. Games, that is delightful. That's like, hey, Delilah. And you see the tiefling woman walk over and smile. It's like, did you know your daughter's back? She's like, wait, what? Like, wait, what? And she's like, you know Saga?
Yeah, she'll be by soon, I'd imagine. I think you'll be rather pleased with the woman she's become. I've been impressed, and I've known her for only a short while.
She immediately looks you up and down and gives you like a... Well, I'm glad that she has friends. I am very glad that she has friends. And she smiles and gives you a very warm, welcoming. She even hugs both of you. And it's like, well, you tell her that I will love to see her as soon as possible. And yeah. Ooh, hey, I got it. Well, okay. I'll change some things. All right. Well, thank you. I'll leave you guys to it. Yeah, this is so exciting. Well, I'll be here. And then she kind of like immediately like walks off, and Giselle is like kind of snickering. She has like this little mischievous smile. And you see Delilah walk off and kind of go into a corner real quick and is talking to somebody. And And she's like, okay, so I can get you some Lomérs and some beer. What about you, young man?
I'm drinking whatever Tara's drinking. That's my plan.
All right. You just kind of cast a wide net, don't you? All right. Tara's like beignets for me and a.
Do I sense a little bit of a love triangle between these three?
By the way, we can't see you, Doggo.
Oh, I'm not even technically there.
I know, just like you know, I can't quite see you.
My bad.
Neither am I, so I'm muting myself for the sheer panic that I'm going through at the moment.
You are not there. You have no idea this is happening.
I know.
And go ahead
Table
and
panic.
check. Lacanus and Connor.
We're at a 18.
Perception. Oh, damn. Looking like a 3.
A 3. Okay, Connor. This is so great that
3.
Connor's saying this. So Connor, you notice Delilah has walked off and is having this long conversation with a gentleman off in the corner, a half-elf man. And as she approached him, her smile widens, and they're in very, very close proximity. He's very familiar with her, and you recognize that half-elf as Craven.
Oh no! I'm sorry. I'm not.
So you are incredibly delighted with this information that now only you have. And he they're nodding. He smiles and nods, and he's nodding along. And he just kind of gently kisses her on the cheek and says, and as he gathers his things, and as right before he leaves, you notice a little pinch on the butt from her to him, and you see him walking away. He has not noticed you. Seems like he is leaving the tavern.
Sure. So I'm going to keep that to myself, and I'm going to destroy this ale in front of me. Just the whole thing. One fell swoop.
And all right, food is done and drinks are being had. Both of you guys roll me a Constitution check. Roll one for Tara. Oh no.
13 for me.
What's your Constitution?
Dang. 11.
11. Okay, well, you guys are all doing good. You guys all passed. So you are, tastes great. Tastes great. It's a little bit of a darker ale kind of, so it's better, but that good. It's surprisingly smooth. And so you really are tasting the flavors of that, and the Lomérs taste delicious. And in the meanwhile, Jago, Saga, as you approach the Tower Library, you walk in, and there's a tiefling man right at the front desk. You see, like, he's jotting things down, looking back over, and you immediately recognize him as Jonah, as has a variety of books stacked up, and he's scrolling into there. And you see another librarian walk over to you. He's like, "Welcome to the Lomér Library. If you require any research, you have the entire library. Need some older tomes, please ask any one of the auditors here, and we will be happy to assist you."
And I go, "Thank you so much. I just want to go talk to my brother really quickly, and then I'll be back for research."
Oh, okay. You're Jonah's brother? Oh, that's
Sure,
so
yeah.
lovely. I'm sorry, sis. and Jonah, he has little reading glasses, almost like as he's very stout and just kind of riding in. And he looks up. And stands up, brushes his, you see he's in very refined robes. And he walks over to you. It's like a kind of very tall young man. Oh, I've realized I have mentioned a few PCs. So let's drop a few of those. This is Delilah.
Hey there, Delilah.
And this is how, we'll just say this is how you remember Jonah.
Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh.
And yeah. All right. So you see, and Jonah looks up, he's like, little Saga, you have grown so much. And he kind of gives you a good deep hug as he holds you, you know. And it's like, how have you been?
And the hug right back, and I go, well, you haven't changed a bit. You still always got your nose stuck in a book.
I feel at home.
I've been good. I'm glad. This seems like a good place for you. It's fitting.
Yes, I'm glad one of you think that.
You know, I've been out at sea for a couple of years now. I came back for the games this year. It's been interesting so far with family. I went and saw Dad right off the bat, and I don't know how much you've seen him lately, but that didn't go well.
I have not seen Father in quite some time. It's been about 5 years now since we last spoke. You know, like he's not here. He's not there anymore. You know, he's more tossed than anything. So I'm not gonna have a conversation with a drunk man all day. So, you know. But he's a grown man. Saga, he's a grown man. He can only do so much. Have you met Mom yet? Mom's, you know, have you met anyone else? Have you seen Danae or
I just ran into Damien, actually. I saw him on the street on the way here. He says hey.
Yeah,
and I tried to do my best approximation of the type of hey that Damien laid out for me to do.
Give me that performance check.
That's pretty good. What's my modifier on that?
Oh,
All right, plus 0 modifier, but that's still a 19.
19. All right, he believes you. He believes you. You nailed it. You even gave that. You know, like he was like, yeah, I bet he said that. I bet a little smirk comes from his face, and I was like, yeah, and he's on the street, so no surprise there.
I grit my teeth and I go, is he all right? He was a little cagey. Didn't tell me what he was up to, and
being a dealer.
my friend here thought he might have been doing something sketchy.
Oh,
please tell me it's not true.
No, might have. He's like dealer. You know, he fucking works for Frollo. You know, and you immediately know that name as one of the gangsters of the town, and one of the more renowned gangsters too. You know, and it's like that kid. He'd rather run errands for a thug than just work in Dad's shop. Now, don't get me wrong. You know, working with Dad I wouldn't want to do that here, but I offered him a job here, and he'd rather just sell that crap. So, you know.
Okay, this is good.
Hey, it's not even good, boy. So the drugs.
Yeah, sorry. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Jago. He's competing in the games with me. I'm competing in the games.
Oh, you're fighting in the games. Did you win a qualifier?
Yeah. Did you hear? Did you hear about Father's Resolve yet?
I did. Half the guard is gone now because of that. Yes. Wow.
Jonah, guess who got the killing blow?
That's amazing. That was you, huh? That was you. I always knew you would be special. That's great. You
I
definitely.
give him another hug as this is happening.
And
Very
he's
happy
like,
that one of my family members is sort of like normal and happy and like doing okay in this reunion.
yes, he is. You can tell he is legitly. This has been the biggest boom to his day. That definitely he's enjoying it more than the books. So, this is great. Did you really come all the way here for me? Did you come into the library for me, or?
Yeah, I was gonna look for you anyway, but I do need to do some research too. Is there someplace kind of quieter we can talk? There's like people around here, or is this
Sure.
something weird that happened?
There's a study hall in the back, and he walks you guys to a little group area where there's a table where different people you see have placed their books, and one's a little bit off to the side, a couple of tables away, and there's no one really around. It's still kind of a wide public area, but you guys are a good distance away on a large table. And he's like, okay, what can I help you find?
I just suddenly get very serious, and I'm like, all right, so old Nan is gone, but I don't think her power is. When we killed her, this man appeared out of thin air. Dark skin, very commanding presence. He was trying to get this artifact that my friend here now has away from them, and I think he was the one who gave old Nan her power. I don't think he's done with us. I don't think he's done with the island. And I want to try to figure out who we're up against, because I have a feeling he's going to pop back up before the end of the games.
Seeing how he's just kind of his eyes were down, and when you were talking, like in deep, and as you were all those different descriptions you give, I'll bring some tomes. I'll bring a few scrolls on Lomér's history. There's obviously much writing of Onan, so we'll look. I'll give you a few things on her. Hey, we have some ancient Lomér lore. I have some ancient
Jonah,
lore.
I forgot. When I saw this guy, I was immediately reminded of Talona. I don't know why, but it's what I thought of. You have always been better at this sort of thing than me, so anything you can do to help would be really great.
That's an ancient god.
Does the name Zulu ring a bell?
Maybe. Zulu. Let me bring a few tomes. Maybe Zulu. That's a
Zulu, and so I have it in my firm belief that Zulu took the hemoglobin from my tribe, and that's all I know. And I know that this is just one piece of it.
a hemoglobin. Okay. I'll see if there's any. Okay, hemoglobin, Zulu, Talona.
I lean into Saga and I go, I know that your other brother is a drug dealer, but I'm putting a lot of trust that this info is going to a good place.
We can trust Jonah. It's okay.
Jonah leaves. He comes back, bunch of scrolls and deep books. Like, okay, we have one on Lomér's ancient history. There is a section about Talona in this one. I know I read something about that. And if you can give me a time frame, do you guys like what eras are we dealing with here? How long ago? When was the hemoglobin stolen?
About 150 years ago.
150. Okay. All right. And so she kind of flips over. So like this section right here, and I'll leave you guys to it. I'll let you guys get to it. This section is everything we have about 150 years ago, Lomérian history, and we have this other scroll on ancient Lomérian gods and deities. This is just more of a broad book, but there is a section over here about Talona. So good luck. I'm sorry, I have more duties. This is gonna have to be on you guys, and let me know what you find. And good luck to you.
Thank you, Jonah. It's really good to see you.
It's great to see you too, sis.
Wonderful meeting you, mate.
Keep her safe as he walks away. All right, give me those investigation checks.
Oh, that was the wrong button to press. That was a persuasion check.
Oh. That's a 4.
Four.
Advantage on.
Plus 0. 4 plus 0.
I have a 19.
19. Doing more of the heavy lifting. Like you're just kind of like you're. This is old speech, and you realize what you more end up doing is translating some of the writings that are in Inferno, for your friend Jago. But then you realize, oh, I can do more. And then when you try to do your own personal research, you realize it's not happening. So you just all the little moments where Jago goes to parts that are in Inferno, you're just the helper at this point. Jago, you have found something about Zulu. He is mentioned in one of the Lomerian lore. About 150 years ago, he's mentioned as a great warrior. Some of the writings speak of him very humbly, like a savior of man, like a foreigner but welcomed, a welcome companion to and a part of the heroes of legend. You hear like legendary heroes, which is odd because it's actually peculiar to you because everything you've ever heard about him has been with disdain. No one's ever he's the traitor. He is the evil man, but these people seem to revere him as a great champion. But not of the games, just a champion, but in the kind of more truer sense. You come across another name called Tisona, Tiefling man. Seems like that's a name that comes up pretty often when you read about this hero of legend and his companions, of a Tiefling man named Tisona.
Tisona.
Mm-hmm. Bro, we got 19. That was pretty high. You have read about the hemoglobin from the Bugbear tribe, but you heard it was lost in Lomér. As far as your research on Saluna, the god, she's an ancient god of poison, highly revered and worshipped in Lomér for hundreds and hundreds of years. Apparently she had an avatar that was like a personification of her essence and power, who ruled Lomér viciously, even though orc tribes had to bow to his will. And he is named Awa Corte.
Awa Corte.
It's been about an hour and 2 hours of research that you guys have been dedicating to this. But that's all you've been able to, maybe there's more, but you've realized, you've seen the sun is starting to on its downward trajectory. If you would like to continue, you can, or
I think I gotta go for a drink.
All right.
Before we do, Jago, is this Zulu related to Talona? Where's this coming from?
So, as far as I'm concerned, Zulu is a dirty, nasty traitor who stole the hemoglobin from the middle of our tribe. He used to be one of our greatest protectors, Then one day, up and gone.
And do you think that he's related to and that we saw earlier, or do you think that he's someone else entirely? Could he have given him the hemoglobin?
I think the man we saw earlier is a trickster, and he plays mind games with good-hearted people and convinces them to do his dirty work.
Would track with our herbalist turned hag who destroyed my town.
He destroyed the most loyal god in our tribe.
how does this all fit together? I'm not good at this research stuff. It's a start, right? We have all day tomorrow too, so I guess we can always come back.
We can. I think, look, with fresh eyes, maybe get some of our friends in here to help us get, at least 4 more eyes on here. See what we can do.
It's all right to me. Let's go have a drink.
Alrighty. As you guys make your way back to where you departed from Terra, you realize she has not come back. Saga, you are aware of how Terra parties. This is where her reliability as a friend has always come into question.
We're walking, aren't we?
You could wait.
Nah. I do want to invite Jonah for a drink on the way out, though.
Thank you, sis, but not exactly my scene. But tell Tara I said hi, and give Mom my love.
Probably back tomorrow, I think.
I'll be here. I'll see what else I can find. See if I can help narrow your research.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. As you venture off, have you guys? And here's my question: in those 2 hours, have you guys had more drinks?
Oh yes, as many as Tara was willing to feed me, I have drunk each one.
Okay.
Whatever she threw at me is what I've got.
Okay. What about you,
I
Arcana?
keep up with a half-orc half tiefling.
I've been a little more modest than Connor, but I've still been drinking more than normally.
Okay. Then you give me, Larcanus, give me 2 Constitution checks, and you give me 3.
All right. That'd be an 18,
You're good.
a 13,
First one's a 10.
You're starting to feel it.
18 again.
Okay. Wow. Well, you can hold your liquor. Connor, you were swimming. You were swimming late, and what was your 2
10.
rolls? 10 and a what?
10 and a 12.
10 and, you guys are... that first one hit you hard real quick, Arcanus, but you recovered. You're not getting... And because, not for nothing, the half-orc girl, she's... Boom! She's shooting back. She can hang. She's almost like, this is kind of fun for her, just, making people under the table. And she... But, however, after, like, the 5th drink, she's like, let me tell you how I got this Bible right here, and she is starting to, but she's still in control, but she's definitely like got a little bit of a slur to her, but she still orders another round, and at that point, you guys have now trudged your way back to Hannibal's tavern, and you see Tara. Like, and now, okay, another round. Oh, 2 more. Get 2. I want 2 more and shots. We're doing shots, okay?
And I lean into the server and I go, all of it's on her tab.
She's like, Tara, is this on your tab? And Tara looks over. What kind of, like, she looks over and she's like thinking, looking at you guys. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
You made us walk.
Yeah. give me a group persuasion. Group persuasion.
Oh, I was ready to just pick up this one round.
I just rolled a 19.
I got nothing. I got a
19.
10.
I got a 19. Or not 18, sorry.
I got an 8.
Yeah, 19.
All right. 19, 10, and 1 8. Lucky as you, I rolled that 8. You got best friend status. And she's like, you know what? I couldn't help I can help fathers resolve, but I can get the people who did fucked up. Let's go. And all on me.
That is a champion's attitude, if I've ever seen one.
And more drinks, Lomérs, or like you got to see a platter of Lomérs, a large tray, and you see a few people off to the side. They're playing cards. You see a few of them playing cards around each other, and more tables are being formed. And you see revelry starting to happen. Some people throwing the card down, cursing, and getting up and walking away. Seeing like a few more as a table of people leave to just go about their day. The waiters are moving those tables and putting them together and allowing another poker game, to be had. And as you guys are adorning, I need constitution checks from everyone.
Oh boy. Connor has got a 12.
Oh,
11 for me.
11.
13.
Oh, damn. I hate that.
Oh, we got a drunk
4.
dragonborn on our hands.
So, Connor, you are
Luckily, he
now
hasn't slept and he's already done his act.
Okay.
You're now
Hold on.
filling the booth now, and you have but you're kind of in a sweet spot. You got like advantage on charisma. You're a little bit more. You got a little bit more of a swang to your jabber. You feel like you feel like you even got a little bit of gaming. You feel good. You feel like you actually have like a little bit of advantage to your dexterity right now. I feel like you can play around with your blade a little bit if you could. Arcanus, that third one. It was that third one. You have disadvantage on all of your checks right now. You're a little more. Your eyes are a little droopy, and you're kind of like a little. You got a little swivel to your stance. Saga, Jago, doing good, looking good. But now the shots are here, and she's like, she tosses it back.
Sarah, why do you make me do this? And I toss one back as well. With a nat one.
So,
There's a nat one on the con check for that one.
for context, I have a -1 to Constitution.
Okay.
To give you your answer, I got an 8.
Same.
18.
18. Connor, you are just God. You got this. This is your jam. You are Arcanus. You already got your movement speed is halved now, and now all terrain is difficult terrain for you.
Yeah, don't get into
Saga.
ATV, bro. That's an all-terrain.
Saga.
And who got the natural one?
It's me.
Disadvantage on all checks. All terrain is difficult terrain.
And all of your secrets we now know.
And you are completely fucking drunk. And
Okay.
just then,
My mom is definitely still in the bar, isn't she?
and just then you hear Saga. And here's Mom.
Mom?
What are you drinking?
Celebrating.
I was gonna come see you. I was gonna have a drink and come see you. Oh no, I didn't want. Oh no.
A drink. As she looks over and she sees the multiple shots that are flipped over, the beer bottles that are, and she's just kind of when you talk, she takes a step back as she acknowledges your breath for a second, and it's like, wow, apparently being a sailor caught. That's lovely. And how about some water? How about that?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
It's like, and you see Tara. She looks over. She's like, "Hi, Miss Delilah. Hi, Tara." Yeah, you know, your daughter, you know, kicked old man's ass. She totally kicked his ass, and it's nice to see you, Tara. It's very nice. How about water for you too? I'm good. I am good. And she goes,
And
gets
then
you some.
drunk Saga, trying to get on her mom's good side, goes, "No, Tara, you should drink water. We should both drink water. You need to drink water."
Give me a persuasion check advantage.
11.
What was it?
11.
11. You met. You was like, we should get some. And Tara just looks at you. She ain't my mom. I'm gonna have another round, and Sarah's like, and I am now. And she picks up there, and now I shall dance, and walks into the fray, and just starts just grabs a random guy, and they headed to the dance floor, and they are dancing and being jovial as waters have been laid out in front of you, and your mom just sitting there making sure you drink your water.
I drink my water, and I just look like I want the chair to swallow me.
I look at Delilah and I go, "Where's your our sponsor? Where's our sponsor? Where's
Yeah, I'm Craven.
K-Man.
Craven.
K-Man? You know where he is?
Craven.
How do you know you're? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know Craven?
Yes. He's popular.
She knows Craven. She knows Craven.
I mean, he won the ghost hand card thing a couple years ago. Everybody knows him, right?
Yeah.
Now, can I ask you, ma'am? We got drinks here, but do you know if they got anything a little harder?
You're asking that to Delilah?
Yes.
Are you asking me for drugs, young man?
I don't know who's going here.
Oh, what the fuck? You're asking my mom for drugs?
Oh, that's your mom.
Yeah, this is my mom.
Okay.
Delilah, grateful that the conversation has pivoted. It was like, well, I cannot help you with drugs, young man, and neither should you want that at all. And you're a grown man, and you can make your own choices.
Now, I'm glad you can say that. Now, can you say that to your own son?
What the fuck? Do you want me to beat your ass? And I stand up and I try to look very intimidating for a tiny drunk tiefling. I was like, that's personal, man.
Give me an intimidation check with disadvantage.
Oh no. Doesn't matter what my modifier is because I rolled a 4 and a 5.
As you get up, like, what the fuck?
Wait. Plus 8. So that is a 12.
12? It's still 12. As you get up, you're like, hey, what the fuck? You're standing up and you're like poking him at this incredibly large bugbear. You're like, what the fuck are you talking?
Right up in his face though, and I'm very mad.
You're catching. She's not saying it. She's spraying it. As.
And I just get drunk off her breath.
Yeah.
I only had 2 drinks.
Like pat you down. It's okay. Dumbasses are dumbasses. And she's like, just drink your water, honey. Just drink your water. And you, sir, can fuck right the hell off. You come to my house tomorrow morning. Come tomorrow morning, honey. Okay, I am going to leave. And as she gets up, you see Craven entering in, and see how good she is at playing it off. You see everyone's passive perceptions over that number, so you see her like look at Craven. She's like, give a like, you don't know me, and she walks away, like giving a wide berth to Craven, and Craven just kind of looks back, and then he sits down and he's like, he just kind of gives a little twitch, and it's like, well, you survived.
As he's coming over this way, I'm still like talking. I'm like, I'm sorry, Mom. I'll see you in the morning.
She has left. She is now off into the night. Craven sits down next to you guys, and he doesn't make eye contact with Saga, but says, well, it seems that you all survived. I hope you... Have you already been to Craven's?
We have.
To Kovir's.
Oh, we've been to Kovir's.
Let me tell you.
Another drink, please.
Yes, please. Another one right here, please.
Alrighty. Well,
And lots of family today. First his dad, and all my brothers, and then my mom.
well, this has been. I'm happy you met your mother and your brothers. Your brothers. That is great. Family is important. Yeah. Okay.
He's too drunk to get it, and I'm too drunk to get it. And I'm just nodding. Yeah, family, great.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Trust me, do I understand family? My father killed my grandfather.
No, you keep
That's
saying
rough,
that.
buddy.
go ahead and give me a nerd constitution check, Connor,
Yeah.
for that next drink.
That's a 22.
20. You are.
I got a 9.
Whoa.
I'm gonna drink with him.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the second he ordered another drink, the second Delilah left, Tara's like, hey, more over there, okay? And
I'm
yeah,
just gonna do one of these, and I start like shoving Lomé's into my mouth.
okay. There's an extra beer that is unclaimed in front of Saga.
I reach across Saga and say, your mother said no, you need to drink water. You should not drink. This is bad.
You should listen to your mother. She has very good advice on drugs and mind-altering things.
We're gonna have words about that in the morning. But yeah, please take this. I'm too embarrassed to drink anymore.
Absolutely. I will do you the honors.
Give me 2 constitution check. Give me another constitution check as you...
It's 13.
13. You've been having a few, so the DC got higher, but you are now at, you were at the sweet spot. You now at the point where you're now actually filling the booze. You have disadvantage on your checks.
That's a 1, baby. Natural 1.
There you are. Someone joined the party.
Get down on my level.
You are at half your movement speed. All terrain is difficult terrain.
You know what? I'm gonna be over here if anybody needs me.
And as people are seeing you, everybody want to play a game of cards, and someone gestures over like, "Come on now, Craven, you gonna join us?" Well, in a minute, I'll be over there. Okay. Well, before you all lose the ability to speak, enjoy your celebration. You have my villa. Actually, I'm sorry. I was going to grant you guys my villa as you stay for your stay here, but I need it now. So I will have your rooms taken care of. So luckily, you don't have to worry about driving anywhere. just go up to the top floor and they'll take care of you. You all have your own room.
I'm just like absolutely mortified through my drunken haze. I'm like, thank you so much. We really appreciate your sponsorship. We're gonna make you proud.
You're the best.
Yes, that
I love
sound.
you. I love you, man.
I love you.
I go, hey man, look, I won't tell your secret until you are ready.
I have no idea what you are. And he
Yes,
gives you. No, I do not. And on that note, we are going to. I will see you at the games. If you would like, if you're sober at the time, you can come to the card game. You have an invitation. Oh, I almost forgot. And he reaches down and he gives you guys a little platinum emblem. It's well decorated and it's worth 1 platinum, but it's it has an indentation of the symbol that you guys have seen very often in Lomér with the circle and the symbol through it. You have invitation to Shaza's gala. This is perhaps the best thing I can give you guys for your sponsorship. I have paid for your fees, but you will have a personal meeting with Shaza. So this is where he can help you in anything you want. It's a big deal. I promise you, if there's any big games you guys, any big goals you have, having Shaza, 10 minutes of Shaza's time is very useful. And I believe usually, but little side note, you really want to talk to Dimitri. That's the one who makes more of the calls, but if Shaza likes you, you can have it. So that will be tomorrow night. I wish you best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Craven.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Craven.
Enjoy, man.
Thank you.
Kind of
Thanks, Craven.
as he walks off, you guys are all thoroughly trash. The same people are dancing and joveling, and you see you see Craven has walked over to the card game, and he's playing cards, and more drinking, more dancing is being had. You guys can adjourn for the night. You can partake in the festivities. What would you like to do?
Jago. You have a Craven secret? Because I have a Craven secret.
What is
actually-
it? Why is this guy so many
I
secrets?
actually didn't have a Craven secret. I just wanted to see what he would do if I said that.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I don't really have one. It's just a fake one. Also,
What's yours, though?
pretend. We're really good. We're so like smart.
Inside check.
Masters of
Fucking inside check on that.
Give me an inside check with disadvantage.
15.
And 15. You guys give me deception checks with disadvantage.
Hey, what deception check am I doing? I literally don't know.
No, you don't know. So you get only Connor.
Like,
You're right. Connor.
I actually was doing that.
So you're
I got a 13 deception.
13. They're hiding. He knows something about.
No. You know a Craven secret. What's the secret?
I do, and
Kind of
I
poke him
will.
on the shoulder.
I promise. You have to take my word that I cannot tell you secrets while I'm drunk, but I will.
Tell you, secrets don't make friends, but friends make secrets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, come here. Come here. Be quiet.
Real close.
Be quiet. Craven is banging Saga's mom.
What?
Oh, quote the Craven nevermore, am I right?
No,
Or
no,
vice
you're
versa.
drunk.
Maybe it's an equal opportunity relationship. It could go that way. I don't know.
Is that why she did that thing where she was like, hey, no, right? What you like?
I don't really know.
No.
I'm
You're
drunk.
drunk. You're drunk.
Okay,
Go home.
babe.
I'm gonna go to.
Go to bed. You're drunk. This
I
doesn't make
love
any
you
sense.
guys.
No,
Oh,
that's
I'm gonna go to
no.
But if you think he's not telling the truth, go to Craven's room right now.
Don't do that.
I don't have a way of getting there. I'm too drunk to drive a carriage. That's dangerous. We can't drunk drive. No.
I believe he's at that personal cabin
You
there.
should go now.
I am gonna go to bed because I don't have. Because I hate my dad. I love you guys. My dad's a dick. You guys are awesome.
I'm gonna make sure that all my hair gets up to bed safely here. I'll see
I'm
you.
gonna wake
You're
up
full of
tomorrow.
shit, but I love you too. I love you too, Connor. You are full of shit.
I start
No, there's no
hugging
way.
everybody. I'm a hugger. I just start hugging everybody.
As you guys,
Maybe one day your drug dealer brother and your new stepdad will hug like the way we are hugging.
I don't know
I
what
just,
I
like,
It'd
do.
be
it's
such a
Starting to
good
feel
hug.
hungover already. She's not hungover yet, but she's like, oh no, this is gonna be bad, and she's gonna put her hands on her temples and like flops on the table like this.
as give me a dexterity check for getting up off of the table and start walking, Connor. And Dago, did you know? I forgot if
That's a
you're- that's a what?
a 1.
Gee.
I'm gone, guys.
You as you get up, I'm drunk, and you just face plant into the ground. You take 1 bludgeoning damage. And as he hits the ground, completely passed out, everyone goes, "Ah!"
I try to pick him up by like the shirt collar and carry him like a suitcase up to the bed.
Yeah, sure. Give me, because you can break in 2. Give me a dexterity check, with disadvantage.
At disadvantage, yeah. 13.
Wait.
13, you are stumbling, and you eventually, you try to lift him up, but you kind of have to readjust your weight, but you got him. You got a good grip of him. And you're gonna head up the stairs?
Yes.
Give me another
Another
dexterity
dexterity?
check to disadvantage.
7.
Oh no! Poor Connor.
He hits a couple stairs. So you're like, realize oh shit, and you take another 3 bludgeoning damage.
Like a kid.
No, I'm gonna die before.
Back to band practice.
It's like 1 point per step that he gets whacked on.
Like, oh shit. Oh damn. I got you, buddy.
Oh, sorry about that. Hagrid my way up.
Yep. You go to the rooms. You open one of them, which you guys have 4 rooms. They're all actually very nice. They are each one of them are on the balcony side of Bourbon Bay. So as you look out, you can hear the joyous music and everything with the windows open. You close it. It's deafens it a little bit, but you still hear the sounds. There's a water basin. There's even a actual tub in the center of the room that can be filled with hot water upon request. Good feathered bed and a bowl of fruit. And that is how everyone's room seems to be decored.
I tuck Connor into bed. I stay up with him for at least 2 hours to make sure he doesn't have a concussion.
Give me a perception. Disadvantage.
Natural 1.
That's your one, dude. You hope he lives. You hope.
Good luck, buddy. And then I tuck him in real nice and I stumble off to my room.
Alrighty, same room size. The
I
bed.
take an apple from his room though. I take one of his fruits.
There you go.
Apple tax.
Right next over. Again, same kind of water basin. For a larger guy, but definitely for your size, it's, you know, your feet are sticking out. You know, it's definitely going to be,
I close the window and the blinds, and I just want to make sure that I see nothing
okay.
in the morning, and I want nobody able to see in or know that this is my room.
Okay. You close the blinds deep. They're thick curtains, so it really does well. It actually, after you close the glass doors and you shut the blinds, it actually deafens it to a reasonable level. There is you have a few candles that are already burning that you can snuff out, but mostly along the lines of right next to the desk that is laid out near on the far wall. It gets pretty pitch black if you wanted to.
You know, I'm going to go not as I say.
Alrighty, Larcanus Saga. You see people. It's Tara still dancing the night away. You see Craven over there playing cards, and you guys are thoroughly drunk. What would you like to do? You see you see two tables. You see two people throw their coins down and stand up, and two tables have opened up in the card game, and you see Tara dancing, and food is being passed around. What would you like to do?
I want to do with this. I lean forward. I go, so I'm here because of ancestral pride and God knows what else. We got Connor, who's here because he hates his dad's guts. And we got Togo, who's looking for this hemo thingy. What's your deal?
I've been a monk my whole life. And I've got nothing but this Zen-ness. And now I've come into the real world. This was my first time on a boat. It was my first fight with a person who wasn't a monk. I feel alive. Here. And after searching for the truth for so long, I found out that the truth is in strangers and friends. Yeah.
I'll drink to that. And she raises her glass of water and takes a sip. And she goes, well, you know, Mr. Monk, my friend Tara, I can tell. She thinks you're real cute. What did I say? I'm gonna stay out of it. She thinks you're real cute.
As you see, as the night has gone to the darker wee hours, you see another gentleman kind of start walking by, and you see how he kind of taps guys on the shoulder, and there's another young lady who comes by, and she they don't seem like they work at the tavern, but a young lady does come over to you, Venus, and she's a little bit more of a voluptuous woman, and she's like, is there if you guys are looking for a good time, we can we have if you're looking for anything to enhance your time out here in Lomér, we're happy to oblige, just in case you're interested in having taking your party to the next level. And if you are also interested, we can also provide you some companionship. And just you think on that, dear, as she kind of gives you a wink and walks away. And
Blair, under my breath, I go, that's just for the tourists.
Drugs were a record scratch, but hookers are okay.
I think this is my cue to go to bed.
I've only heard
It's too late.
legend of hookers.
At this point, Saga's she's gonna nope the fuck out of there. All right, Mr. Monk, you enjoy the company, the strangers. I'm gonna check on Tara, and I'm gonna go to sleep. So I'm gonna try to get up and go check on Tara.
Alrighty, give me that dexterity check.
Well, my die fell on the floor, so that's not a good start.
That is not.
Give me a minute to grab it. Okay, trying that again. Alright, what is my dex modifier? That is an 8.
An 8. As you get up, you try to move your axe over to gauge it, but you didn't gauge it right, and the handle hits the top, which kind of makes you fall over, and you kind of roll out of the table more than you cared, and you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
You really whacked the back of your head good, but it was quick.
Great,
it was
great.
subtle. You look good. You look like okay. No one saw that.
Alright.
No one saw that. You're
Yeah,
good.
press up.
Alrighty.
I walk over to Tara.
Tara's dancing around and doing a little, and she, like, the second you come over, she starts to try to grab your hand to try to get you to dance.
I just am not functional enough for that. No. I'm going to bed. How are you getting home? Are you going to get home? Do you want to stay here? You could slumber party?
Slumber party? I got you, girl. And
I'm going to sleep now.
okay, I'll be in.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Give me a dexterity check for those stairs.
Oh, jeez.
Right. This is slightly better. And, hey, can we not throw things around, please? Thank you.
It's like, but that must leave.
You cannot have a pen up there.
So what was your
It
roll?
was 10 on the dex. It's 10 on the dex check.
You made it. You made it. You had a little stumble there, but you caught yourself. Okay. Okay, yeah. Walk up to your room. Nicely decorated. You guys all have side-by-side rooms, so your room is also out to the. Craven actually got you one of the nicer rooms of the house, and you can see Bourbon Bay and the festivities, and the water basin, the tub, the fruit, and the bed. A very comfortable feather bed.
Awesome. I do the best I can to kind of just like wash myself, like wash my face, brush my teeth, and then just collapse in the bed and fall very fast asleep.
Alrighty. Arcanus. You see off to your left, you see Tara dancing, and off to your right, you see Craven and the card games, and you see the dealer of drugs and women, as it were, over by the bar, and where your bedroom is. What would you like to do? What path are you taking?
I'm first going to walk up to the dancing Tara. Drunken.
All right, give me a dexterity check.
Let's see.
With disadvantage.
What's my disadvantage? What's my
That means
disadvantage?
you're gonna roll twice and you're gonna take the lowest number.
Oh, the less. Damn it. Okay, that's a good one. Oh, jeez. Oh, that sucks. The first one was a fucking 18. The second one was an 11.
Yep. Yeah, it was. But you didn't fall. Even though no one saw it, no one's gonna appreciate it. You have gotten it up on your own will, just like Jago, and you did not fall and bust your face open. But you have stumbled and bumped into like numerous people as you're approaching Tara, and Tara's like, "Ah, damn it, you're fucked up. Gotta be a good person. All right, you need to take your room and make sure you need some water."
I gently place my hand on Tara's shoulder, and I say, I'm not really sure how to flirt, but I would spar with you any day.
Give me
Fight.
a persuasion check. Give me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
You stole my heart. Now catch these hands.
I need this thing to move.
Ooh, persuasion check 19, baby.
That was the first one.
What was the second one?
Second one's always worse.
Yeah.
The second one is 10.
10. See how drunk he is. She rolled a 10 as well. So she's like, "Oh yeah, let's do this." And she grabs you by the hand, and you guys both go upstairs and give me one more Constitution check at disadvantage.
Okay. Oh man, because I'm already disadvantaged in Constitution.
And by the way, do you stop what she is attempting to do to you when you get to the room?
No.
Then give me a Constitution check with disadvantage. Let's see how well you do, bro.
I'm rolling the second one right now.
I call this my sex check.
This is my sex check. And when I pull the lowest one?
Yep, the lowest one. You are drunk.
What, the 4?
That was a 4. Oh, bro. You know what? You lived your life at a monastery. You're, you know, you had that one fling with that one monk girl back. You know, it was a while ago. You know, you still got that hit on the wraith. You're giving yourself all of these excuses. You really, you know, there's a lot of. You're exhausted. You're drunk. You're
drunk.
Excuses for having sex.
It happens. It happens. She says it was okay.
Oh man.
She said it was totally okay. And you pass out. And
Hey, it happens with every guy.
yeah, apparently.
It's totally
That's what you
normal.
tell yourself as you pass out, and you notice as you're going into slumber, Tara has gotten up and left. Even before you fully passed out. And Saga, you see Sarah, you hear Tara coming into her room, it's like, piece of nothing, goddamn. It's just, Sid lays in bed, cuddles up with you, and goes to sleep.
Well,
I cuddle back and go back to sleep.
As you guys have a rest, your HP comes back, your disadvantages are gone. Jago, as you sleep, you hear this pulsing, and you find yourself back at Hannibal's, at Father's Resolve, but the town is vibrant, luscious with life, and that's your first knowledge. Like, there's trees, there's grass. Oh my God! But where are the people? And the second you start looking, you see Bugbear dead on the ground, face down in a pool of blood. You see a human also with a blade just right through his chest, and he's sunken over. And you see a tiefling with a great sword. And he runs off into whatever this entity of battle is, and you're in this moment. You feel this essence, and like this, and your head starts splitting open, and you're just, and it washes away, and then all of a sudden it's quiet, no one there, and you feel where you had your amulet is pulsing, and you listen and you hear to it. Calm. That is all it is. That is what I shall provide. I will grant you anything you desire. Power, wealth, honor. All you have to do is submit. But every time you hear that voice, it seems like it sometimes is deafening loud and then goes quiet. Deafening loud and then quiet. And you wake up and it's early day, you hear you hear people moving about. It seems like it's beginning of the next day. Got a splitting headache. Is it from your dream? Is it from the drinking? Not really sure, but it's still pretty dim in it. And you feel a warm, kind of a perpetual warmness from your pouch. Or did you put the hemoglobin in the bag of holding?
I've had it on me.
You've had it on you, so yeah, you feel this warm, pulsating essence. Dim. It's very dim. Doesn't seem like it's bothersome. It's like, it's like how your cell phone is if you left it charging too long, and it's like right up against your thigh. So it's noticeable, but not bothersome. You guys wake up to the next day, all hungover, a little worse for wear, and come down. Do you guys leave your rooms? Do you?
I'm gonna, I leave my room.
Okay.
Come downstairs.
Wash up first. Check on Tara. I'm guessing she's still probably asleep after the night she had.
She is out. She is.
Yes, I quietly wash my face, get dressed, head downstairs.
Alrighty.
Oops. Oh, damn.
I'm gonna take my time and re-shovel myself and regain my dignity and hope to God I didn't do anything last night that I regret.
I'm gonna stretch.
Yeah. As feel good cracks in. And Arcanus, you wake up feeling ashamed, feeling great dishonor, and
wishing that it was him that took the bludgeon damages to the head.
Look,
Yes.
I wasn't last night though, right? I wasn't.
Let's just not talk about it at all.
You don't know that. You were in bed already. You don't know that in character.
yeah, you haven't left your room yet.
That's right.
You haven't left your room yet.
I was gonna say.
Downstairs, ordering a very large black coffee and whatever the greasiest breakfast food I can find is.
Yep. And they bring out to you a bunch of eggs and roasted ham and a big, deep baked potato. And that's and put it right in front of you with a big jar of coffee. And I'm guessing everyone else eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little late to the party. I see Saga's epic breakfast, and I gotta have it. I gotta have that too. Let me get one of those, man. That's so good.
I get one, and I want one for each hand. I need
right.
two of those. Yeah.
Breakfast is all around. The waitress will say, okay, it's 1 silver each. So 2 silvers for you, sir.
I hand her 1 whole gold, and I go, "Is this fine?"
Absolutely. And she walks off, and it's like that covers everyone. So, and if you need anything else, let me know. And as you guys all partake, Larcanus, you just head down, just.
I see Larcanus, and I start a slow clap.
Oh, don't know this in character.
I don't know anything. I'm just clapping at the fish.
Yeah.
How was your first
one
night
person
in
who knows.
civilization?
The only person who knows is Larcanus, you or and most likely Saga. So
Because of her going in there and sleeping. Oh god.
I look at Larcanus and I go,
First
"Alright,
night in
I
civilization.
won't tell your secret until you're ready."
First night in civilization had its ups and its downs, and we're gonna try to move on and stay positive with breakfast. So whatever Saga's having, I will also have, and that's what we're talking about now. Eggs.
Follow the lead of the locals, I'm telling you. It's the only way to travel.
Really good. Would recommend.
yes. As you guys have these big old 4 eggs, baked potatoes, and different kinds of, the Lomérs are still out. They seem like a 24/7 kind of Danish that will always be given good coffee, deep dark roast. You guys get a little pep in your step. And as you hear you hear some, beginning music, different people playing softly, and you see on the board, on the wall, it has Craven's name drawn upon it again as the 2-time champion of the card game that was held that night. And
Wow.
I did play cards here.
they do play cards in that cavern, but that was the night that you guys slept through the actual Ghost Hand card game. And it seems like Craven has won.
See,
Tonight,
my dad has no idea what he's talking about. That's it.
tonight is the mounted obstacle course. So that is something that you guys have. And then at the end of the obstacle course, if I remember correctly, the end of this night is also the gala. Or did I say the 2 nights from now? I could be
So
mistaken.
gala is now tonight. Mounted obstacle course was 2 nights from last night, but it should be tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. I'm sorry. Tomorrow night. So today is it's basically a free day if you guys would like, or if there's anything extra you guys wanted to do, or we can absolutely just whoop to the next day if you guys
I
had
have a hard out at 2.
a hard out at 2. It is 1/3. It is 1:24. So up to you guys if you would like to either move on to the next day, or if there was any more additional work you can research or people you would like to meet. There are some there was the board outside for random jobs, and you can meet with your mother, you guys, or we can adjourn for tomorrow, or you guys can just fast forward to the next day.
Yeah, Saga needs to see her mom sober. So she's kind of sitting there with her coffee. She goes, "Oh, fuck! I can't believe I saw my mom while I was that drunk. As soon as we finish breakfast, I have to go see her. This is, oh my god, I haven't seen her in 10 years, and that's how she sees me."
Yep, that was a fun reunion.
I just shake my head, just kind of nod. Like, it's not a great week for reunions.
Clap Connor on the back. Family, am I right?
Clearly.
They say a drunk you is the best and true you.
Is that what they say, mate? Is that what they say, mate?
So as I make my way through my
The most
breakfast,
honest version of it.
as I make my way through my breakfast, I kind of talk to the group and say, "Does anybody remember exactly what we were talking about with Craven? I know that we have these coins. There's someone attached to these coins. There's a person we can meet. I'm a little hazy on the details."
I think I remember. I was very drunk, but I think I remember. Back me up if I'm getting it wrong.
So there's the gala tonight. Then also we have a meeting with Shaza, and
We
that's
have
really
like a 10
important.
minute-
We have an audience with Shaza, and he and Dimitri are both really important, but if Shaza likes us, it's a good thing for the games in general.
Yeah, I think so. I think what I'll have to do is I'm going to spend the day researching my opponent and possibly trying to find and track down some of the single melee champions that were of past that are still around Champion's Way and see if anyone has faced my father before, and if they have, maybe they could give me some advice. Beyond that, I don't really know what I'm going to do. I have to find some way of being able to best a mage in combat, and for those of you who have faced mages or seen them fight, it's not exactly the most exciting prospect.
I do think that I've got an extra oil of sharpness that might help you.
I would...
Got 2 of them. I'm only fighting. I got 3 of them. I'm only fighting twice. Got the extra one just in case and thought you might want it because that. I'm gonna guess that he's got some sort of a resistance to non-magical damage.
Yeah, I would imagine so. At very least, he'll have a shield spell of some kind that will make it much more difficult. So I appreciate the assistance.
Of course. And I just kind of dig. I open up my bag of holding, imagine the oil of sharpness in my mind, and then pull out one of them and hand it to Connor.
Okay.
Yeah! By the way, Saga, your mother gave me the dirtiest of looks because I had nice things to say. So she may have gotten the wrong impression, and I apologize in advance.
Oh, good. It's just one more thing. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
God, it's the worst. I had to get myself involved. Just shut up, Connor.
I want a visual of Saga right now. It is literally just the "This is fine" meme with the burning room. That is the
Connor has he's just got his arm around his food and he's just shoveling it into his face.
All right.
So I'm so my plan will be to go off to Champion's Way and start investigating, interrogating, see if I can bump into anyone I know or would know, and see if I can get some information.
Okay.
Advantage that I can manage.
Noted. Well, and Saga's going to see her mom. And Arcanus, where are you going?
Can train. I don't know. What is that?
What'd you say?
Is there anywhere I can train?
Yeah. Okay. That's where you're heading. What about you, Jago?
I want to research who my opponents in the obstacle course will be.
Okay. Alrighty. When it comes, so you will give. Okay. So give me perception checks. And well, for you, let me get. You're looking for something specific. So investigation. See how well you just kind of go around asking people where you would find that information. And same thing for investigating these certain things. So just give me an investigation check, everyone. And except for Larcanus, give me a perception as you're just kind of wandering around looking for something.
So I got an 18 in investigation.
5.
And what
I need
about
to
you?
roll one so I have directions.
Oh, you can you can give me a history as far as if they're saying these things out loud. You can give me a history check to see if you would know offhand where they would have to go.
Oh, okay, for them. Yeah, I'll do that instead. Oh, not 20 on that.
Oh well, it's like yeah.
Oh, 20.
Okay. You can go to the the only people who really know that would be the people who administer the actual signups. Seems though you guys went for the qualifiers, a lot of your paperwork was already taken care of. But for the people who had to actually purchase their entry, it's over by the docks, which is along the lines of where your mom lives. So they would have to go over there. Also, you would also know that there's a lot of training grounds, open fields, around the basically along the way you guys came from Mother's Love. There was a lot of open fields, and you'd see a few people practicing, performing, doing runs, and just training, using that open space. And yeah.
So I say, Larkonis, you're gonna probably want to go back the way we came. There's some training grounds around there if you want to practice. Everybody else, you're gonna want to look for the administrators of the games, and they're down by the docks, which is the direction I'm heading. So do y'all want to head over together?
Sounds good. I'll follow along.
Okay. Alrighty. As you guys head out, you get to the administration shop. You guys reach to the point where you have to eventually part ways. And Saga, you go along the way into your mom's home, where it's been directed towards you. And you two go to the administration shop. Go ahead and give me an initiative rolls and see who goes first. So Larcanus, Jago, Connor, whichever one of you want to decide who rolls, and Saga.
I'm wasting all my nat 20s outside of combat today because that's another one.
Wow, you guys! I wish I had things for you guys to fight, but
Oh man,
this is recovery mode. You guys are resupplying.
Oh, I love it. Honestly, like when you can have an all roleplay session that feels as good as a combat session, that is a great thing, and I'm loving this.
Oh,
but yeah, it's a nat 20 for a total of 20.
Okay, then you should. Anybody can beat a 20?
No, I got an 8.
And what was yours, Larcanus?
3.
3. Okay, in that order. So, Saga, as you approach this actually very lovely house along the line, whereas actually the home is fairly modest, more of a very nice cabin in a nice area along the shoreline. But what is more impressive is the space it has in adjacent to it, and it's this long, flat, open area that's completely like the grass has been taken out and paved over, and you see a very familiar half orc, half tiefling statue in marble, and you see your mom kind of painting along the horse and the elk, getting the intricacies of the fur, kind of gently painting it, making it look more full. Still about halfway done, and she's even though it's so early, she's a mess. She has paint everywhere. You look down, there's little pools of red and purple, and she's just hard at work painting Terra's winning statue. And she press by, she looks over to you and takes her kind of paint apron off, throws it down, gives you a hug, and is like, "How's your head?"
It hurts so much. I'm fine though. I'll be fine. That's beautiful, Mom. I heard you're painting full time now?
Yes. This is what I am doing, and I honestly had a favor to ask. I know I haven't seen you in so long, and it's a little, much for me to ask you of this, but I heard from somebody that you will be having a meeting with Shaza during the gala. Can you think you can get your mom a job?
I'll try. I mean, the way I ran off on you, I owe you anything. So yeah, I will try my best.
Great, because
Sorry for last night, leaving the way I did, for everything.
You had your reasons. It did hurt me that you just left. But I've had a lot of years to deal with it, and Tara did inform me that you were alive, so that was a kindness that she gave me. But 10 years is a long time to get over it. I am happy you're alive. And I am proud that you felt the need to give us honor by fighting old Nan. And I'm glad I didn't know that you were doing that, because I wouldn't let you. But
it's really good to see you, Mom.
It's great to see you too, dear. It really is. If you And so if you do want to make it up to me, convince Shaza to let me paint that. And she points up, and you immediately see it's hard to miss. When you guys first came in to Lomér, the massive marble statue of Shaza, this towering Goliath that the boats are going in, fully constructed, but you can still see some of the scaffolding unpainted. And if I can get commissioned to do that, I can build a whole team. I can triple my apprentices, and I can paint the greatest marble statue that this island has ever seen. If you can convince Shaza to do that, we're legendary.
That's amazing. Of course I'll try.
Okay. Make sure he likes you. I hear Shaza's
I will.
I hear he's a good guy, but he's kind of stubborn, so, you know.
Well, you know somebody equally stubborn.
Yes, well, let's some tea. And she goes to start brewing some tea. In the meantime, Connor, Jago, as you approach the administrating table, and as you guys approach, it's like, I'm sorry, all consensus have already been logged in. If you would like to put your name in as purchase, the time has passed. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, actually, that's exactly why we're here, in fact. Those logs, we're wondering if maybe we could get your assistance with maybe discerning who may be or may not be competing in certain events this year.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
That is a 16.
16. She looks you over. What's your name?
Connor.
Connor. She flips over. Yes. Qualifiers. You sponsored by Craven. All right. Now, you see how only I know that information? I have it nice here in my ledger. And just try to imagine how many would-be combatants try to come over here and find out some personal information, find out who's fighting in the games, where they're staying, and just try to imagine what happens when that information is given out. All of a sudden, someone doesn't make it to the games. Someone's poisoned in the alley. So why in the world would I tell you any information about anyone else competing in this game?
Those are two very oddly specific things. Has this happened before? And was it?
Has this happened before? We manage a game where there is fights to the death with different groups. Are you telling me, do you think that this request is just a random? You don't think I've heard this request 1 billion times over?
Of course you have, but would we be combatants in this games if we didn't also tread on the same paths as our predecessors?
Good luck in the games. I hope you don't die. But no combatant has any privilege to any of the information by the people they're competing against. They do not know who you are unless you saw them personally, and they do not know, and so you cannot know who they are. I cannot give you any information. I'm sure you have met one of the competitors before. I'm sure if you went to the qualifiers, I'm sure there was people there, unless they all died. So I'm sure you know some people.
Indeed, and we'll try them as well. If you could point us in the direction of where maybe a congregation of would-be champions who already passed their preliminaries would be, or who might know who's passed what, I would appreciate that information at least.
I don't know. Check the training grounds.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate you, and I appreciate how well you've done. You've passed my test. Just checking, making sure that you weren't giving away any of my information. I'm so proud of the work that you're doing, and honestly, I hope I don't die either.
Give me
I'll
a
see you
deception
around.
check.
That would be. It's not gonna work. That would be a 13.
13. And she grabs the ledger, then tucks it back, kind of puts it, like gets it out of your reach and holds it behind the counter. Have a nice day.
Bye.
Now, I wasn't here to sort of spoil other contestants. I just wanted to know if I was able to see the obstacle course.
The obstacle course. Well, I don't know why. Oh, the obstacle course is going to be held along the mountain's edge around the marble lane. You guys will start, and she kind of like points up to Champion's Way Hill, and like you start on the far east end. You
And
go
then she
down the
tries to
mountain.
point. Can I try to sleight of hand grab the ledger?
Give me a sleight of hand check, as it is now
I'm
behind her shelf.
Terrible idea.
Behind my computer. Hold on. This is not boding well. It's a natural 1.
As she's like pointing, you trying to, and as you're moving on, she literally just, as she's like, yeah, it's right over there, and she grabs the hand, and
I try to hold her hand.
that's fine. That's fine.
If you wanted to hold my hand, you just should have asked. I think give her other cue. You know, like, you want to like, let me know.
And then all of a sudden you hear a lock placed. So you hear a lock sound from behind the desk. And okay, well, as I was saying, you start at the top, go down.
Mm-hmm.
You're going through you go through kind of a forest area around there. It's easier if you see those places. That's where the onlookers can watch, and you see like there's some banners placed way off in the distance. They're bright. They're bright colors, making it pretty obvious, even though you guys are so far away and is at a top part of the hill. And it seems like you're kind of running down the mountain's edge into a forest. And from where you are, like she can't really tell you any more from that. It's pretty treacherous. It's very difficult terrain, and as always, anything goes. So be careful.
Anything.
Anything goes. Yes, you can shoot at your opponents.
Good to know. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right.
And-
Well, Jago.
I just edge out suspiciously, even though I'm not doing anything at this point. I still want to I'm just large, and I want to just awkwardly edge out.
I
Okay.
just rub my forehead as we walk away and say, well, Jago, I'm going to go to the tavern and I'm going to make some inquiries. I'm going to try and find some friends in a rather unfriendly place.
In the meantime, Larcanus, as you start walking along the pathway back to Mother's Love, you don't really go far. You see off large fields. You see some human nobles like, ha, go, ha, and you see them kind of clocking their horse runs and kind of making the horse go through little banks and everything, doing quick turns and jumps. You see way off in the distance, you see a group of they're a little far away, but you see them, they're all kind of discussing, and you see one of them a little far, you can't really tell any features, but you see them kind of punching around, doing combinations, backflips. You see a large Goliath kind of walking around with this massive type of, it looks like a warhammer, but it looks like the handle looks as large as a warhammer, but the part is like more of a large, it's square, it's more of a rectangle than a blade. And you see him kind of moving things around. You see a young elf female kind of whipping with a whip, doing, tricks and moves. You see a few other combatants. You actually do see Gabriel, You see him like looking at a stone, and then in a flash he's behind the stone, and the stone is now in his grasp and just goes into dust. And it happened very quickly, like, whoa. And he is just kind of darting around. Like, you've never seen a mage move as fast. And it's nimble. And you're like, whoa, that kid is fast. And you see him occasionally taking a shot at another boulder that's a distance away. And you see him taking, like, holding his component's pouch, and you see a massive ice hitting the rocks. He's hitting every shot dead on. So,
Yeah.
there's a nice little open field for you that you can, like, or you can try to make conversation.
The people who were doing like punching exercises, I want to go over there and I want to test my staff out on 2 of them. I just want to fight 2 of them at a time and see if I can.
You gonna pick a fight?
I walk up to.
You gonna just go over and start hitting?
You and you. Come.
Okay.
No introduction.
Okay. Pause real quick. I need to use the bathroom real quick. So I want you to roll intimidation.
Please just know that Saga's voice is coming from beyond, from wherever she is at this moment, going, "This is such a bad idea!"
I gotta see how good this staff is.
Hell yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
We paid good money for that staff. Use it.
It's good staff. I rolled a 17 on intimidation. So yeah.
Nice.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. We'll be fine. Gonna make it a little spicy before we at the end.
Hey. Yeah, somebody's gotta hit something today.
Right? Exactly. That's exactly how I felt.
Let me tell you,
Can't tell me that
Jago,
I'm getting to
Jago is very proud of you right now.
I'm pretty happy with how I handled all that drinking.
I only had 2. I had 2 drinks.
I
Like,
wouldn't
I am
drink
5'4". I am the same size as Saga. And she definitely drinks more than me as a sailor. And I can hold 2 drinks.
Yeah, well, I managed to keep up with Tara for the most of the so I was like 7 or 8 drunk deep before I lost everything. But sometimes you pass out drunk.
Good.
Pretty impressive.
Sometimes it be that way.
Yeah, not bad.
All right. So, what was that intimidation check?
It was a 17.
17. Okay. You see the elf, the young high elf. She's like, really? Okay. Sure. Barrett. And the Goliath stands up with his club. Take a toss. Sure. You go first. Roll initiative.
Wait, so now I'm fighting with Goliath.
There you are.
One of the 2 of the smaller guys.
Nope.
That to me.
Nope.
All right. Well, okay. Well, we're looking at a 5 here. All right.
Okay. Let me. Of course. Of course you are. Let's seems though you just gonna spring a encounter on me. We're just going to just
keep my DM on his toes,
Yeah. No problem. We're just gonna.
He's like, I'm just gonna kill you now.
Yeah, like, oh, you're not gonna die. It's,
You got a chance.
Kinda.
I got 9 minutes to survive. I got this. We got this.
And run encounter. Okay, what'd you roll in initiative?
Oh, 5.
5. Hey, still lower than the Goliath. So you are first. What would you? Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna quarterstaff him to the knee first because he's a big bastard.
Okay, roll to hit.
See. It landed on the. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a natural hit, so a 28.
That hits.
It gives me 2 options. It gives me the option to roll a D8 as well.
Okay.
Try that guy.
That's for your damage.
Oh, it's 2 D8s. My bad. And we've got a 19 critical.
Cool. Alrighty. These did 19 damage,
Yeah.
and that was bludgeoning damage, correct?
Yeah, 19
As he-
damage.
As you take that, he takes that first whack across. He just you got another attack.
Sure do. Oh wait, do I have to roll for hit again?
Yep,
Yeah, shit. 26 for hit.
that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
This one, oh, that one was a critical hit. That's why. Damn. We're looking at. What was that? 7? Yeah, 7.
Alrighty. Damage is
Critical. Jeez.
alrighty. Okay. And as he he gets into his stance, and did that do it for your turn?
That's fine. I have my bonus action will be patient defense.
Alrighty. As you, okay, he is going to roll with disadvantage to hit. That they're both the same number, so that's 18 to hit. What's your AC?
13. Damn.
Okay,
That's a hit.
so alrighty.
Look at your face.
He is going to roll a hit. Let's see what we're D12s.
That's so low.
It is.
Got new armor.
I don't have any armor, and I just took my braces off that have the +2. I just took them off.
Why? Oh yeah, for the fire ones, right?
No, for the staff.
No, you don't have to take out your bracers
No,
to
no,
use
no,
the.
keep those on, keep those
No,
on.
you still have
No?
them on. No, you
Okay,
have
I
to attune
thought so.
every day.
Okay.
Yeah, you can keep them on. Your bracers are
It
just on your
doesn't have
hand. The staff is what you're holding, so you should be able to equip
That's what
both.
I thought.
You also
Okay, so I
aren't
have
you
it
able to hit
active,
with your
but it
off
doesn't-
anyways?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have it active, but it's not showing on my armor class. But my armor class is still 15. He's still hitting.
Okay. So he still hits you, but yeah, just making sure your AC should still be 15. So he hits you with this massive, almost like this long brick of his great weapon, whacking your head. You don't take much damage. That one seemed like you kind of covered up good enough, so you only take 5 bludgeoning damage. But the second he hits you, as you get that first whack, you hear something like what the fuck was that? And as the thing hits the ground, you realize these are cages that he has stacked one after another, and the cages open up and 4 chickens pop right out and begin to swarm you. And
This is Fable.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
That is.
Good old chicken kicker.
Your chickens come out and begin to swarm you like Link, and you fuck with the chickens too much.
The
And
good
they-
old chicken sword.
Two of them hit.
Does the chicken count as a projectile? Does the chicken count as a projectile? Damn.
If it's launched from the cage fist, wouldn't it be though?
Right? That's what I'm thinking.
Okay,
Don't.
If there's a sense of
Sure.
propulsion.
sure. In this initial hit, as they're jumping out to attack you, we'll call it deflecting missiles.
Hey man,
Two of them have hit you.
if you are treating a chicken as a
deflected
ranged attack,
Just in this moment, as they're coming. Once then, they'll be
Yeah.
grounded. And
I have so many questions about what this guy's class is.
It's a chicken
And-
right here.
you take, let's see, 8, 12. You take 24 pecking damage. As he hit, and those chickens are now on the field. 4 chickens are on the field.
What? What?
Get him, lads! And he, and you see his muscles tense up as he gets even bigger as he now goes into a rage.
wait, the chickens are a bunch of lads? They're pecky blinders?
They're a little,
Oh no! Wait, is he a swarm keeper who swarm his chickens? I'm so confused.
it is the Chicken Coop War Club. And that is something that I found through
Wait,
our
okay.
friend Grisquatch and his Welcome to Wally's Wondrous Items. How may we help you today? One of his TikToks, and he talked about the Chicken Coop War Club. And I'm like, that is going in the game. So you are fighting.
Amazing.
You are now fighting a Goliath barbarian who wields the Chicken Coop War Club.
And you got the pecky blinders on.
Okay, so does my deflect missiles do anything?
You can
It
reduce the
reduces
damage.
to 0.
Well, it depends. You have to roll. You can roll.
Let me please roll for that.
Yes. What's the roll for? Let me see your character. Deflecting missiles.
Oh, you do hit. Oh my god.
It's a rip action. So you do a 1d10 plus 10.
What, baby?
D10 plus.
And we reduce that off of the damage you already took.
Okay, 1d10. I'm rolling it right now. And there. So 17,
17. What was the damage I told you earlier? So I moved my dice.
24, I think.
So 17 minus 24. That's how much you're. So you take 7
So I add, okay.
for his second attack.
Oh.
Hey, you wanted to pick a fight. They put their tank in front.
Dang.
They put their tank in front. So that's 17 to hit.
You just
Yeah, I
step
have
to the biggest
23
dude in the
for
yard,
points
bro.
right now.
Yeah.
I wasn't even stepping to that guy.
You think they're gonna let someone else fight?
Just happened to be there. Spoke
Okay.
to everybody, that one guy. That's what
Oh,
I'm saying.
wow,
That's like
rolling
literally what I'm
poorly.
saying right now. I'm like, this is the guy. You gotta send this guy. That's like, I can't find a normal guy. You gotta send this dude for everybody. He speaks for all of you guys. Like, what are we?
He-
Come on.
he
I'm like,
flicks
what
his
is your
wrist.
partner? Like, where are you? Like,
He
Such a
flicks
Chris
his wrist
Tucker
and
moment.
the cage is closed shut and he comes up and he's smashed in the face, but doesn't do much. Doesn't hurt 6 bludgeoning. And
jeez, man.
come. Now it's your move.
Sheesh. Oh man. Can't say. Oh, I don't want to run. I mean, I started this.
A crowd has formed immediately. All the combatants
Of course.
are like looking over at you. You even actually see a familiar face You see the orc Zul kind of walk over and look, see how you're faring, kind of shaking his head.
Right. You fool. Fucking chickens, man.
What are you doing? You still fighting?
I will stand. I will take one step back and look at this.
Better start
chicken
throwing.
warrior. What is this?
Better start throwing chickens, bro.
That's right. I need to add chickens. Like literally, like I bow to you, sir. Clearly, I need to be adding chickens to my repertoire of fighting.
All right.
I noticed the stronger warrior.
He hits the club down, opens the cages, bloods and chickens.
The Pecky Blinders.
They're so well trained.
He looks up and down at you, bitch, and walks off. And
Oh. That was definitely in character. You hear this coming from miles away. Just
everyone is like, oh, fucking chickens,
Can
Like-
I roll an insight check to see if I've heard about this cowardice?
Later.
Did you guys start going to the training grounds after the administration table?
So we were gonna go to the tavern because, well, I was gonna go to the tavern. I don't know what Jago was
I
gonna
was
do
gonna go with him.
Yeah, okay.
because I gotta figure out
Alrighty.
where the hell this.
You just feel shame. You don't know why. Just odd. You feel you think you smell a coward and then it goes away. You're like, huh, that was weird.
There's a disturbance in the force.
As if thousands of chickens suddenly cried out.
Quick, roll your cower dice.
as
Oh.
You guys weren't.
as Barrett walks off, the Goliath, the elf looks you up and down and say, he's not even the strongest one. And then she walks away. And you just see everyone's like, I wanted to see the chickens more, dude. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. And Zul just looking over at you. And just, I'm glad you did not show such cowardice when you were saving me. Don't worry. And he puts his hand on your shoulder. I won't tell anyone.
Better not.
They've already all seen.
He doesn't.
I mean, everyone else has seen you lose horribly, but, honestly, I've been having kind of a horrible day, and seeing you in such defeat brought me up a little bit. So,
Well, Zul, I'm glad that I can make your day better. And buddy, this is all a part of the plan. If they think that I'm terrible.
give me a deception check.
Oh,
Excuse me, sorry.
a 4.
That was a 4. He kind of looks
Yeah.
at you. He puts a hand on his shoulder. Of course, friend. Of course. Maybe push-ups or a jog would be a better use of your time. But I hope you'd fare better in combat with them in the group melee. They are quite a fearsome group. They are the favorites. I won't be competing in the group melee anymore. So perhaps I'll see you in the single combat if you survive the group. And the obstacle course.
Will survive.
I hope so. I would like not to hold back next time we fight.
Likewise.
Sure. And we will pick it up there next week.
Fun games, guys.
It's been awesome.
Great games. Not so much in the sorry for the lack of action, but
Don't be sorry.
No,
You
good
guys-
roleplay set. Great.
you guys got some cool shit out of it. You guys are pretty well stocked. You know, pre-prep for it. The obstacle course is the next major thing on the to-do, if I remember correctly. And you guys got what is the next night? If I
Gala tonight, obstacle course the next night.
Galas tonight, obstacle course the next night, then the group melee followed almost very quickly after that is the single combat. You still have the research you can do and see how that plays out. This about Talona and her avatar Awa Corte. A little few mixed signals about Zulu, the bugbear. We'll all see you again next time on the Lomér games. And once again, I have to give a little thank you to StartPlaying.Games who made this happen for me. So if you guys are ever looking for a DM, if you're looking to just hire one for your own personal party and want to just do a one shot, you can hire DMs through StartPlaying.Games. You can also join a game on StartPlaying.Games. Just go ahead and look. I'm sure there's a few people running the different like the Legend of Stroud. I know a few people are running those games, and just hop right on in if you need to get that D&D fixed. A lot of them are free and some at costs. And thank you guys. Good night.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Okay.
So- You guys did great.
Thanks.
That was fun.